Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're going to be talking about the storms out there. And I went live for a whole 3 minutes early, mainly because we have a drone in the air. We got
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
The clouds are really crazy right now. You can kind of.
We got CJ Ziegler out here in Oklahoma where we have storms firing, and here you see we do have an area of some storms off in the distance. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Yeah, this is CJ Ziegler's view of the storm. You can see they're looking like they're trying to get surface based, but as of right now, I think a lot of our thunderstorms, for the time being, are remaining elevated, as they do appear to be north of our outflow boundary. But we've got a lot of storms starting to form in and around Paul's Valley. Near Asher, Kionawa, Bing, Francis. Got to be watching out. We got golf ball sized hail on this guy, 1 inch hail on this guy, and then another storm over here near Paul's Valley with some golf ball sized hail. These are our main storms right now, but we do also have some storms firing over near Stigler too. And it's a little special weather statement, nothing too crazy, but kind of something to keep an eye on. But yeah, let me get the music going real quick. Gotta get that music on. It keeps me sane during these long forecasts. At least my brain has something to latch onto that is peaceful. There we go. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. Enid tornado was terrible. It was terrible. I agree on that. And I haven't had a whole lot of time. Ooh, hold on. Let's come back over here. Look at this. Is this some surface? Maybe a little bit more of a surface-based feature, a little bit of a lowering underneath our storm. This is near Ada, Oklahoma.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Got an upgrade to that severe thunderstorm warning. 2 inch hail. Considerable threat.
What they're trying to spin a little bit.
That's actually tennis ball sized hail on this storm that we're looking at right now. So yeah, some surface features trying to develop on this storm, but like I discussed in my video, which by the way is pinned in the comments, just in case you guys want to forecast for other days in advance. A lot of these storms are a little bit north of our outflow boundary right now.
Right here in the center, this portion right here to the right, basically we're looking at right here, it's kind of a inflow tail, bringing in nice, rich ingredients. And then over here,
not so nice. Mean ingredients.
It's kind of
angry ingredients.
Here. And then it would be somewhere in.
We don't want any of these storms to become surface based today. If they latch onto that outflow boundary, we could get a tornado today, or maybe even a couple of tornadoes, depending on the track that these storms decide to take. Yeah, a little bit scuddy underneath there, indicating that we might be getting a little bit closer to that outflow boundary. But as far as I could tell, our outflow boundary is somewhere in this area here. So near Bing, the storm over here, that's the one we got the drone view on, is definitely a storm to keep an eye out. And again, who has that drone view? That is CJ Ziegler out over there. He's just south of this storm near Bing, facing back towards it. And you can see we just got a report out here for some 1.5 inch hail. That's our most recent report out of this storm. But we have the potential that there is tennis ball size hail in this storm. So north of that boundary, these storms are going to be a lot bigger hailers than they are going to be likely latched onto the boundary, but they could probably sustain some pretty healthy hail, unfortunately, for a while as they stay more discreet. We are eventually going to see these storms try to become a little bit more of an issue in terms of tornadoes, probably once they get close and latch onto that boundary. But thank you so much, Relic, for the €5. I do appreciate. KT says, cough, cough, like the stream. I hope you're, you stop coughing soon. I'm just kidding. The drone view is nice. Yeah, it is. It's a special view. It's a special view. And again, this is CJ Ziegler on YouTube. One of the only few storm chasers out there that actually has live drone views. So super cool to be able to work with CJ Ziegler out there. He's a really good storm chaser, but check that out. That's, I think, if I'm correct, is the Ada storm. And you can see that the base of the storm is pretty flat right now. And then I think that feature, that little shelf cloud looking feature that goes and extends off to the right side of the screen, I think that's actually our outflow boundary. So I do, and then back over there, that's the base of the Ada storm. And behind it, we have tennis ball sized hail falling.
This might be become the more dominant. 50,000 feet. The other one is also 50,000 feet. 51,000 feet for the one we're looking at right here.
Have I heard about that violent to intense tornado in Enid? I have heard about it. Yeah, but we were live covering it yesterday, and it was pretty scary and heartbreaking, to say the least. Very heartbreaking to see a tornado like that actually go into areas that have people in it. Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, right now starting to get small hail. Yeah, so Pauls Valley is right here. Small hail likely right now, but some bigger hail is coming with this storm. If it goes over you, that'll be some golf ball sized hail. We can also do a little bit of a storm track here. Put this in motion just to see where it's going. Yeah, that back part of that hail just might come into you. The storm's moving pretty slow right now at around 16 miles per hour. So in and around, 26 minutes around that time frame, you can expect potentially some even larger hail than what you are getting. But as of right now, these storms, again, so the best way that we can kind of visualize our outflow boundary might be to come over and look at our dew points. So let's go do that. Yeah, it's not really helpful there. Let's try temperature, maybe. We can see a little bit better on the apparent temperatures. Not really. I think our best chance is actually going to be our wind. If we can get actual wind barbs with it. So let me look here. Wind gusts. Does it have wind barbs? It does not. All right. So we're gonna have to rely on METAR data, which isn't the best, not gonna lie. But it is it can be helpful. But the problem with around these storms right now is that they're a little bit sparse and few and far in between. We don't have a whole lot of METAR stations near here. So let me set this as default color, and then we will head back over to here where we do have our METAR data. So you see these little arrows here. We got an arrow down over here just to the north and east of Ardmore. That is pointing up in this direction. We've got another arrow over here near Pauls Valley, which is actually pointing to the south, indicating that our outflow boundary is somewhere within this area. And then it looks like it goes down, or it could even be right here. It's hard to tell exactly where in between these wind barbs that outflow boundary is. There does appear to be some boundary right in here that extends all the way north of Ada, which would make sense because that does go south of this. You remove all these. It does go south of this little marker here, and it goes north of this little marker. So that very well could be our outflow boundary. And again, along this boundary is going to be increased vorticity. So we're going to have a lot of extra spin around this boundary. And any storm that remains north of this, it's going to be in some colder air. There's some colder air to the north of this boundary and warmer air to the south. That's where all of our instability, our storm fuel is hanging out, is south of this boundary. So what we're going to be watching for, at least initially and then throughout the day, is can any of these storms kind of latch onto that boundary and start to rotate and take advantage of that vorticity. It's going to be hard to, it's still going to be pretty hard to get a strong tornado, to be honest, given the fact we have so little lower level shear right now. But the biggest likelihood is that these are going to be big hailers, potentially up to tennis ball size, maybe even getting up to apple sized hail being possible. And then also, the potential for a brief tornado. So that's what we're going to be watching out for today. These storms are going to start up here in Ada, and eventually we're going to see a cold pull form back up here, and that will surge down to the south and east, where we'll likely have more of a strong wind threat. But I will say these storms are starting a little bit earlier than we expected. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes the forecast as time goes on. But the good news is right now, it doesn't seem like any of our storms are successfully latching onto that boundary, as we have no areas of stronger rotation yet. And as we continue to look back at some of our storm chasers views, like this drone view from CJ Ziegler, you can see that the base of the storm is relatively kind of like, you don't really see much of a wall cloud under there. You don't see like a whole lot of scud up in there, and in the base of the storm looks rather flat, which indicates that our storm is still a little bit elevated north of that boundary. Good afternoon. Is Ada in Texas? No, Ada's in Oklahoma. That's who needs to be watching out initially. Also, Pauls Valley for some golf ball sized hail, and then over there near Sesquawa, Kawa, Francis, and maybe even potentially Ada here in a little bit for either some, you know, ranging between golf ball sized hail, I would assume, and tennis ball sized hail.
But not to be tempted yet.
Joplin got hit last night. Interesting. I was it bad? How was it in Joplin?
To our west, still looking interesting.
You were in extreme southeastern Arkansas. Storm here. Sun on the other side of it.
We can get down.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at that real quick.
There's some very large hail in this cell.
Let me do that really quick. Let's come back over here. So if we come over here to Aguacero, you can kind of see we got a visible satellite showing kind of like the colors of the planet and also the colors of the clouds that are around our storms right now. And you can see we have a decent clearing to the south of these storms. So that's why that instability is really building. And very interestingly enough, you can actually see the lower level clouds kind of being sucked up like this further up to the north, which is pretty interesting. You can also kind of see that outflow boundary even without our storms, but our cloud tops here, that's the anvil of our storms. Those pancake-like features you see on these storms when they really rise up there and hit the top of the atmosphere. That's what we're seeing here. And yeah, you can see that there's definitely some spin in this area. We got winds moving in like this on the northern side and into the southern side. That moisture is feeding into these storms. You know, again, it's really just going to depend on whether or not these storms can get into that warm and moist air. If they don't, they're going to stay mainly elevated hail risk for today. That's kind of the assessment for today. And then after these form that cold pool and start to congeal into a line, we're going to be mainly worried about a briefer and weaker tornado threat as it enters into like Bonham, Paris, Clarksville, or Cooper. That is the projected path, at least for now. It should congeal and then kind of ride just south of the outflow boundary, collecting all the excess moisture as that moves down to the south and east towards the Paris and Clarksville area. So that's what we're watching out for today. And then eventually that threat, instead of just drawing on the map, let's go look at our latest models out here. We'll bring up the HRRR and just kind of show you guys. So all the red on this map and yellow, that is, let me remove the wind barbs because that can be a little bit confusing. Hey, thank you, Regina, for the $2 donation. Thank you so much. Northwest Arkansas is good. You guys are outside of the worst of the threat today, but you might have to worry into the future, which we do have a video for that. That's pinned in the comments. If you do want to see an extended forecast, we do a super in-depth. And honestly, you would think the nerdier you get, the less understanding it gets. But I think I actually did a good job on that video explaining everything. But let me take these wind barbs off so we can see the map a little bit better here. But essentially, you know, we've got all this instability there to the south of our outflow boundary. We have these storms starting to fire. And so as I push this forward, you'll be able to see that those storms are going to fire, eventually interact with each other. The cold pool is eventually going to surge down to the south and east. You can see how these storms kind of hang out over near like Ada, Atoka, and Choctaw Nation for a little bit. And also some stronger storms happening by the time we get to 7 p.m. over there near El Dorado. Those will likely be elevated hailers. Maybe a small chance for some tornadoes, but you can see especially, you know, here's our line of our instability, which is going to denote the southern side of that warm front. You can see a lot of these storms are to the north of that, so they should mainly be an elevated hail threat. But yeah, so you see these storms over there near Toka. They're just kind of hanging out there, a little bit slow moving, but then all of a sudden, within a couple of hours, they jump from Atoka all the way down there, almost to Sulphur Springs and near Canton, Texas. And that's that cold pool surge. So we'll definitely see an increase of damaging winds. We might see a couple more hail-producing supercells as that comes closer to Gilmer and Lone Star and Atlanta, Texas. And then that'll continue to push down to the south and east. We're really expecting that cold pool surge. So northeastern Texas is going to see their threat in between 7 and 10 p.m. today. And then further off to the east, we'll have some more storms entering into Mississippi by 10 p.m. too. And then that cold pool surge will eventually make it through into northern Louisiana. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. And that will continue down to the south and east towards Natchitoches, Ola, Winsboro, St. Joseph. Hey, thank you, Regina, for that $2 donation. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that's what we're looking like for today. That'll be our main area and our main threats for today. Latest scans, still not seeing any dangerous rotation, but Maysville, Pauls Valley, and Wynwood still need to be watching out for some golf ball sized hail. And then back over here near Sassaqua, we don't not really seeing much rotation yet. This does seem like this storm is still north of our boundary, moving down to the south and east. Also, it's starting to kind of get a little bit too close to this storm here. It's starting to suck in some of that cooler, moist air. But sometimes when you have a storm right here, what tends to happen is that you get these storms. They kind of have like an RFD slash cold, like kind of like its own little mini cold front that will extend out from that mesocyclone, which is located over here near Bing. And it will extend out, bringing some cooler air, kind of flanking behind it. So usually these storms that are trailing have problems, getting some warmer moisture to go into its inflow. So these ones usually struggle to become tornadic, and we tend to watch the ones on the right as they have free and clear inflow if they can get to on top of or to the south of that outflow boundary. Man, let's come back over here. This is just an awesome view, honestly. We got to absorb it while it's here, and while it's not too dangerous of a storm. I mean, it has a very large hail, but
we'll probably move south.
Thank you for your coverage. Yeah, no problem. How do you get pictures and videos sent to me? I'll put that in the chat. It is weather circle.
I think it's a little
dot
longer than
app.
that, but yeah. Wow. Quick shot from the ground makes it looks so scary on the ground.
Yeah, big difference. I mean, it's still kind of scary looking in the air, but you can definitely tell that it's still struggling to become surface based right now.
Rising scud on here is crazy. I'm gonna get out of the car for a minute. Drone charger in the car? Yeah. We can, in theory, fly the drone indefinitely with the fast enough charger I have.
DMs. All right. All right. Well, that's that. Let's come back over to here. How's everybody doing today, by the way? Oh, wow. We do have a breaking news. Preliminary storm survey results from Enid on April 23rd.
Donated $10. Can you please check Wolf City for me?
Yes, I can, Hannah. Thank you for sending that $10 on either Venmo and Cash App, helping us get closer to our goal of $3,000. So thank you so much. And thank you, Big Splash, for the $2. Medill, Oklahoma. What's the threat for that area? Yeah, we'll go over that in just a second. But yeah, you can see they found EF4 damage in at least 4 spots southwest and southeast of Enid. So a very violent, that would be a violent tornado officially for the Enid, Oklahoma area. Thank you, Help, for sending that in. So we got 2 areas to look out for. First is going to be Wolf City. So let's go over here to Aguacero and check out Wolf City. So Wolf City's up here to the north of Dallas. I'm going to do the 18ZHRRR so we can go a little bit further into the future for you. So there could be some storms that form near the Dallas area later on today. That's mainly going to be a hail threat and maybe a very large hail threat very close to you there in Wolf City. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. That'll be around 5 or 6 p.m. if forecast goes as planned. And then I'll move down to the south and east, and then that's going to clear out. That instability is going to build back in, and then we're going to have more storms, but they will likely stay to your east tomorrow. That is the forecast for you. And then somebody said Medill, Oklahoma. Let me see where that is. Medill, Oklahoma. That's in the tornado watch today. Oh yeah. So over there near Medill, you guys need to be watching. There it is. Medill pickle. Who ate my dill pickle? But yeah. So we're gonna have those storms fire, or where is it? Okay. You're gonna have the storms fire. They should stay to your east for a while, and then we might get some new convection fire by around 5 p.m. near Foster and Wynwood, and that will come down to the south and east. Those could be the storms that we're already seeing there near Pauls Valley, so just keep that in mind. Everything might come a little bit earlier, so I would expect some severe weather in between like 4 and 7 p.m. Over there in Medill. Storms could dry up before they get to you, or they could still be pretty strong with that large hail threat and maybe even a tornado threat as that works its way down to you, which is why you are in a tornado watch. So keep your eyes peeled. First violent tornado of the year. Yeah, it is. We had a couple of EF3s today. Man, what is CJ zooming in on here? Is there any motion in there yet? No, still not a whole lot of motion, but man, that looks like and this storm that we're looking at here is warned for tennis ball sized hail. So that hail core is just off on the left side of the screen. That is the hail core.
Like, look at this shot from down here. You can see it wrapping up.
A little bit of motion there. It's a beefy wall cloud. Probably not a wall cloud yet, no. It's probably close to being one, but this storm is still elevated. Apparently there might be a severe storm in Indiana, according to Help.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been
apparently
issued for these areas.
More like there is. Good job. Good catch. Also, yeah, some pretty strong winds coming into Allman, Indiana. If you live near Allman, Plainfield, West Newton, Indianapolis, Beech Grove, Speedway, Rocky Ripple, Meridian Hills, and Beech Grove, 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming your way. Let me see if these little areas here are legitimate. I have to watch for one more scam. It does look like we have a couple little areas of rotation on the leading edge of this storm as well. I'd keep an eye out. Not a strong chance for a tornado, but we've seen crazier things. Hey, thank you, King Richard, for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just got warned. Yeah, that was a good call. Good job, Help. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that storm every now and then. Our main threat's going to be down here, though, near Pauls Valley and McAllister, and then further down to the south and east. Yeah, these storms are still trying to latch on. Still no evidence of some strong rotation right now, but we still have some golf ball sized hail slowly making its way towards Wynwood. And then this one over here near Ada is coming pretty close to Ada right now with some 1.75-inch hail. We'll put this in motion. You can see our storms really aren't moving that much right now.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Yeah, so they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning over here near Wynwood and Davis. That's going to be for still golf ball sized hail. So make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. And thank you, Regina, for the $10 donation on YouTube. Thank you so much. Can get the weather anywhere, but your style, calmness, no fear mongering, and caring about your audience is what makes your coverage the best. You're irreplaceable, Evan and Mods. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys see that. That every time I get a compliment like that, that makes all of this feel worth it. You know, that has been my whole goal, is to just give a more relaxed style of weather forecasting and also weather nowcasting as well, so that you guys can stay relatively calm. I don't want you guys panicking out there unless things are actually worth panicking about. Quarter-sized hail in Pauls Valley now. Okay, so someone named the Sunny Gun says there's quarter-sized hail in Pauls Valley. Let me get Weather Circle up as well, just so we can have storm reports if they do come in. Let's see. Do we have any storm reports for today? Not yet. But I'll be keeping an eye on. I'll try to keep an eye on Weather Circle today, as long as it stays loaded. I have a lot of radar programs, and pictures and videos are kind of like the least that I'm worried about right now, because I'd rather just give. Oh, little area latched onto this outflow boundary over there near Elmore City. That might get tornado warned here in just a little bit. That's legitimate rotation. Let me just check to make sure I don't have any other storm chasers near that storm. Probably not. I would assume most people were targeting the Ada storm, but they might be ditching. Go to that other one. Yeah, everybody's near the Ada storm right now. Although Pagey Tornado is making their way over to this storm. So let me go look at Pagey Tornado's stream real quick. Seems like they're... Oh, this is a little bit behind. Let me get this current. Yeah, they're traveling towards this one near Paul's Valley. Let's see if we can get a view on it. There is a little area of rotation. Shouldn't last for long, but the storm might have briefly latched onto the boundary. Don't see a tornado on the ground with that rotation, but I definitely... Okay, yeah, latest scan is it kind of fizzled, so it's very brief. But it's good that we have a storm chaser traveling over here, so we'll have multiple views on every cell that's really important in this area. Thank you, Jason. Welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate that compliment. That makes me feel good inside. Uh-oh. Was that my groceries? I will have to take a small break to get my groceries. I ordered some groceries. Nope, not on the way yet. Really? All right, they're still shopping. Didn't have time to drive. Posted on Weather Circle. All right, let me check. All right, we have... Thank you, Evan. That's why I watch you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And we have Cotton. Good afternoon. Is there going to be anything for Bonham, Texas? Let me check Aguacero really. Oops. Check Aguacero. Bonham, Texas. Where is that again? It is over there, just to the north of Houston. Over the next couple of days, it's gonna be close. Yeah, a lot of storms to your north and east. I think your main threats... Let's pull up the SPC outlook. Check day what? Day that? No. Day 4? No. It'll probably be later, to be
A
honest.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Probably later in our risk. I need to delete this dang pen. Hold on. All right. That new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check to see where it is. It's back over here near Allen, Oklahoma for, again, tennis ball sized hail. So watch out there. Again, that's Allen and Gertie. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Tennis ball sized hail is coming your way. Will I check Wilburton, Oklahoma, and southeastern Oklahoma?
A
Oh,
radar indicated tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
okay. So they did slap a tornado warning on this thing. Although that rotation come back? It did kind of come back there. And this tornado warning for rotation over there near Elmore City, that's going to be for Wynwood. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a tornado warning for the Oklahoma area. Let me see. Man, a lot of this rotation is in what appears to be the inflow of the storm. Hopefully we can get a view soon from Pagey Tornado. And so we can confirm whether or not there's any decent rotation along with this storm. You can see also that our outflow boundary is out ahead of it. So that's the area that they're warning for there. We'll keep an eye on it just in case. I mean, there is some reflectivity over that. Could be legitimate. We'll have to wait for the next radar scan to try to confirm that. But there is a little bit of rotation popping up on this storm. It's worth being in your safe spots there in Wynwood and Davis. Again, this is probably our closest storm to that outflow boundary right now. So it makes sense to just generally warn this storm anyways. So Wynwood, Davis, Elmore City, and Katy should probably all be in their safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. Obviously, if you got a basement in your house, that's preferable, or even, you know, a storm shelter. I know a lot of you guys in Oklahoma have storm shelters. So again, that's Wynwood, Davis, all need to be in their safe spots. Hello, hello, welcome in. Okay, so we have a little update over there in Indianapolis. Let me check in on that. Apparently the winds might be getting a little bit intense up there. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a strong area of some wind, potentially 70 to 80 mile per hour winds about to come into the Indianapolis area. This little gust front here is really gusting out. It's about to come into the Indianapolis International Airport, so that's probably going to cause some delays there. But if you live in Speedway, Indianapolis, and Beech Grove, watch out. Some strong wind is coming your way, and we might have just got an upgrade. Yeah, we just got an upgrade to this severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis with 70 mile per hour winds, so watch out for that. Again, very powerful storm there. Could cause some power outages. 70 mile per hour winds is nothing to scoff at. That can knock over trees. It's starting to get into that range where you start to see a pretty decent uptick of power outages. So latest scan still, yeah, okay, that very well could be a legitimate area of rotation. I mean, that's associated with some reflectivity there. It's just kind of in a weird spot in the storm where I wouldn't really expect to see tornadic activity, given that this storm still appears elevated just by the radar standpoint. But let's see if we can get a view out from Pagey Tornado, who is approaching the storm. No, they are a little bit far away. Oops. Let me check just to make sure we don't have any other chasers on this tornado warning. We're going to check Patrick. He's near Allen, Oklahoma. Where's Allen? Okay, so he's over there. He's got a pretty darn good view of the storm, though. What about Mr. Cannon Calton? Make sure we're current on his live stream. He is approaching this storm, this tornado warned storm. He's going to be a little bit further to the south. So once he clears this precip shield, we should be able to get a pretty good view from Cannon Calton, Storm Chaser on YouTube, of this storm as it comes through. Let's listen to what he's saying. No words, which is fine. Storm chasing in silence is, you know, it keeps the focus going. Yeah, latest scan has come in on our tornado warning just south of McCarthy. There is still some rotation here. So it's still probably worth being in your safe spots for. Definitely you can tell the storm is actually taking on a little bit of an outflow dominant appearance. Still a little bit of an inflow. My best opinion is that this is north of the outflow boundary. Probably has a smaller chance of producing a tornado, but we've seen these storms do weird things in the past, so definitely still take that seriously, just in case. A little bit of an area of convergence here north of Happy Land. And there's Steedman as well. A little area of rotation is developing there too. It's Wynwood. Gotcha. Hello. What's up? Glad I'm back. Yes, I'm glad to be back as well. Thank you, Leslie, for subscribing. I do appreciate that. That's that. Patrick, Jacob. Yeah, Jacob's also approaching the storm from the north. He's right around where Tornado Pagey is. Tornado Pagey should be about to pop out right out in front of the storm. They're trying to cut through the precipitation shield. We might be getting an understanding of the hail here shortly that is inside of this tornado warned storm.
Mud on the inside of the window.
we'll keep an eye on that, but might be something interesting happening over near Indianapolis. Let me check in on that. It's definitely strong winds. Also got a wall cloud report over there. Help seems to think that there might be an unwarned tornado here. Let me see if we have. See what this looks like. Definitely some strong winds going through there. Kind of hard to tell if we have an unwarned tornado or not, but we do have two little areas of rotation going through Indianapolis International Airport and over there near Valley Mills. It wouldn't surprise me if those could produce some brief tornadoes as they come into the Indianapolis area. So I would keep a close eye on this in Indianapolis. You can even see we have some precipitation wrapping around our southern one. So if you live over there near Maywood, watch out. This storm might be producing a little bit of like it might be producing a tornado. It's hard to tell because we don't have the correlation coefficient available to us, but just based off of rotation, it is not a stretch to surmise that that could be trying to produce a brief tornado. Let's come back over here to our tornado warning in Oklahoma. Yeah, it looks like the storm is definitely still behind our outflow boundary. Our rotation is still continuing to struggle quite a bit. Very broad circulation underneath it right now. So it's probably going to remain mainly a hail threat for Wynnewood, then eventually down over there near Davis. How to send a picture? You can do that on weathercircle.app. Right over here, your little thing will pop up on the map, and we will continue to keep an eye all across the area. But I don't think we have any new posts on Weather Circle. Let me just double check. Oh, well, we got a possum. Possum warning. Oh, that possum looks mad. I don't know what you're doing, but that possum does not look happy. Chaz loves to bark at the possums when they somehow make it into my backyard. They like to shimmy their way very close to or in between a fence. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that Indiana storm. It is possible that we have we're pretty close to a tornado here just to the south of Maywood. There it is there. I can tell there's an area of rotation there, maybe another one up here. So it looks like we're getting like a quick little QLCS threat here for the city of Indianapolis. So again, you're under a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning, which is good enough to at least be in the interior room of your house. You know, I would be on the first floor as well, just in case these can produce tornadoes here. Again, we can't confirm it given the fact that our radar that can confirm tornadoes is like the storm is very close to directly over it. So we're not going to really be able to tell if there's any correlation coefficient drop until this gets a little bit further off to the east. You can see those rotations popping up though. Maybe something there. Hard to tell. That could also be a building. But yeah, just be indoors and away from windows, closer to your interior, just in case that is trying to do something there. Pretty strong storm for the Indianapolis area, we'll say. What is Pagey looking
radar
like?
Indicated tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
Another tornado warning. So we got a tornado warning over here near Speedman now. That's going to be for Steedman, JD, Citra, Gertie, and Non. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. There's that area of rotation. I think we have CJ still right next to this. No, he's just off to the west of this. Okay. Just off to the west. Let me see if I can get, if we got a better chaser near to that. It seems like everybody went west. Or were going west. Looks like most people bailed on that storm. Ada, Oklahoma. Yeah, they're near there. Tornado Pages in Paul's Valley. Pickett McMillan's in Paul's Valley. Where's Allen, Oklahoma? Oh, you know who might be close to it? Patrick. Let me figure out who do I want to replace here. We'll replace Stormrunner Media. This is what that tornado warning storm looks like near Allen, Oklahoma. Wait till the chat loads and then we'll switch over. This is Patrick, Storm Chaser Patrick Benita. He is on that storm, the only one I can see. His audio is still struggling. Oh yeah, look at that. That appears to be the area of rotation there. His audio is very choppy though. I don't know what's causing that. It's not on my end. But we'll keep an eye on him as he is very close to that area of circulation there near Allen, Oklahoma. And thank you, Leslie, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. That is the latest. I do want to go back up to Indiana just one more time. Could be a little bit of debris being lofted there. It's still kind of hard to tell as we're pretty close to this radar, but there's definitely some strong winds coming just north of Maywood. Definitely strong winds. That's 100%. I can confirm that. Hard to tell if that is a building or if that's actually debris getting lofted. Still a little bit too close to that radar, but still want Indianapolis to at the very least be taking shelter from the wind threat of this storm, with up to 70-mile-per-hour winds still being possible as that comes through. Got another view of that tornado warned portion of this storm.
Tornado here any second now.
Hey, someone tell I know we got a lot of people in Discord that are in communication with Patrick. Someone tell him his audio is messed up. Yeah, the tornado, if it was produced, would be right over there. So not seeing a noodle down yet. That is this storm over here, just to the south of Allen, Oklahoma. Got an area of rotation there near Steedman. Not seeing a debris signature. Can't confirm it on the ground yet. But if you live in Steedman, Citra, JD, Gertie, and Non, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots. Looks like Tornado Pagey is close to that other tornado warning now. They have just popped out on the other side, and this is what that tornado warning near Paul's Valley looks like. They're getting big hail too.
It's a wild capuchin. A wild one.
Oh, Poochie's outside in that hail with his little helmet on. That's nuts. Yeah, that's that tornado warning storm, and as you can see, not really much of anything at this thing right now. That base is a little bit flat, not really seeing even a lowering yet, and on radar there's definitely lacking velocity. This is kind of a perfect example of what an elevated supercell looks like. But the only thing that needs to change for this guy is it just needs to be nudged a little bit further to the south by like a couple of miles, honestly. Probably because Pagey, Tornado, and Brycey are probably right under that outflow boundary right now, because they are a couple of miles away from that mesocyclone. If that thing can reach out and latch onto that outflow boundary, then this storm could become even more of a tornado threat. But as of right now, it does look a little bit elevated. That base is a little bit flat. Is that on the? Are you talking about the Wynnewood storm? There's a little bit of rotation aloft, but not that much. It's pretty similar to what's happening near the surface. Yeah, that's that storm there. Like Patrick has gotten closer again to that area of circulation. We're getting another view. This is the tornado warning near Allen, Oklahoma.
Well, this storm, there's a storm off.
I'm trying doing a refresh. Let me make sure it's not me. No, it is him. Oh, wow.
Tornado. But
Look at that.
this one here, you can see there's a little bit of rotation up in there. So
Yeah, there is some motion.
yeah, so I don't know.
This is the storm that's right near Steedman, Oklahoma.
We're both
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that. Oh. Oh, okay. He gave us one last view before he parts, but that's this area of rotation right here near Steedman. And thank you, per Helge, for becoming a Windy member. I do appreciate that. And that's going to be moving down to the south and east towards Citra. So if you live in Citra, please continue to be in your safe spots. And JD, we are starting to see what appears to be a surface-based feature near this storm. So it is trying to push into that outflow boundary as we speak right now. So I might try to do it there. This one back over here near Paul's Valley still struggling. Let's come back over to Indiana. Like we have now officially observed 70-mile-per-hour winds in this storm. And yeah, I'm not really seeing any 100% evidence of a tornado on this, but I would definitely still want Indianapolis to be sheltering from that 70-mile-per-hour wind threat there. Again, if we come over to radar, especially over here just to the north of Mount Jackson.
A considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
This is not just a considerable, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis. We're talking about Warren Park, Rock Ripple, Meridian Hills, Lawrence, McCordsville, Fisher, and Fortville, where we have a warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is starting to get pretty serious over here. We like to tell people with these kind of storms to treat this storm like it's a tornado. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds are faster than your lower, the lowest portion or the lowest end, I guess, of the scale of a hurricane. So 75-mile-per-hour winds and above, it's hurricane force winds. These winds are 5 miles per hour faster than that. So you're getting hurricane force winds come through your area right now, and they seem to be really located back over here near Speedway in Indianapolis. So if you live near Warren Park, Rocky Ripple, Meridian Hills, you guys all need to be in your safe spots, because this is a pretty dangerous storm. Let me see if I can find some cameras in the Indianapolis area. I know we have some. They're kind of finicky though, so let me just try to pull one up here real quick. See if we can catch what those winds look like at the surface. Now it would be right along this road. We'll see if it loads. Sometimes it loads, sometimes it doesn't. Seems to have the right timestamp. Give it a little while to load. We'll come check back in with that. But again, the strongest winds in this storm are definitely moving through the Watermark area, then over there near the Woodruff Place area. So again, everybody in the path of the storm needs to be watching out. This is a significant storm with some 80-mile-per-hour winds to it. So again, that's not just me saying it. It's also the NWS. So please be seeking shelter on this storm right now. Very strong winds coming through. Let me come back to here. Did it load? Did not load. It's not loading. So this camera might not be working. Let's look around and see if we can find if any cameras are working. It might. Wow. Like this one was working at some point. It's weird. Like it looks like they would work. Let me check one out ahead. And we'll see if it loads. Yeah, still some strong winds coming through the Indianapolis area. Keeping a close eye on that. Definitely a story to be told there. You guys should certainly be respecting that storm. Latest scan on our storm near JD. Still a little bit broad circulation on this. If you live in JD and Citra, Non and Gertie would still want you guys to be in your safe spots. And then back over here near Wynwood, still not seeing really much of any rotation on this guy right now. This is the view of that Wynwood storm. See if we can see any motion.
Latch on really easy, but not like this. But if there was one to do it, it would be this one because it's kind of by itself.
Not necessarily. That is not necessarily true. So one thing that, yes, you can, these more discrete storms.
A radar indicated
now we have a tornado warning
has been issued for these areas
in Indianapolis. Tornado warning has been issued. Our area of rotation is just to the south of Rocky Ripple. So if you live in Rocky Ripple, over there in Meridian Hills, Fishers, Noblesville, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots. We've got a tornado warning up here with an area of this storm. It's a Boeing segment, and that not only has a tornado warning on it, but if you live south of this tornado warning, over there near Warren Park, Lawrence, McCordsville, and Fortville, the potential of 80-mile-per-hour winds is there as well. So a lot of power outages, a lot of tree damage is going to be possible. And then on top of that, we also have a tornado warning. So again, this storm has a rotation right there near Children's Museum, and there might be a little bit of debris being picked up. That could be on the ground there in Indiana. So again, Carmel, Fisher, and Noblesville all need to be in their safe spots. That is not good, folks. That might be a little area of debris.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Yeah, still can't get any of these videos to load here. I'm going to keep trying, though. I'm going to try a couple more. If it doesn't load instantly, then it's probably down. This website is so finicky. Could be an OBS thing. So let me try. Putting this link into just a regular browser and see if we can't get these things to load. I'll keep it going on the side over there. But again, yeah, right in there. Definitely I would say our most potent area of rotation that we have like in the country right now. Just to give you an understanding of the difference between this storm and the one down south. Yeah, that could be a little area of debris there just south of the Children's Museum. We're gonna keep a very close eye on this storm. Again, this is Indianapolis in Indiana, and this storm is going to be moving up to the north and east towards Rocky Ripple, Meridian Hills, and then eventually towards Fishers. All you guys need to be in your safe spots, and then further to the south in Lawrence and McCordsville, you see we got another almost red-looking polygon. That is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for up to 80-mile-per-hour winds. And I don't even think we have an outlook out here. Oh yeah, we do. Okay, there is a marginal risk, so technically in an outlook. All right, we just got that latest scan here on the reflectivity. Our area of rotation is likely in this spot here now, and leading edge of our wind, our 80-mile-per-hour wind front is here, moving towards Warren Park, Meridian Hills, gonna be in Lawrence, Indian Lake, and McCordsville. So Lawrence 8 minutes, Treloby Hills 11 minutes,
Thunderstorm warning
Indian
has
Lake
been issued for these areas.
12 minutes, Fall Creek Highland 13 minutes, Pleasant Acres 16 minutes, McCordsville 17 minutes, and Masthead Geist in 17 minutes as well. Yeah, I still can't get any of these cameras to load. Indianapolis's website is so finicky. You're in Fishers. Is it bad? Yeah, likely to get power outages there. I mean, again, this unless there is a potential that it dies before it gets to you. Let's be 100% real here. These kind of unexpected bursts of winds, especially in the environment that this storm is, likely won't last very long. So this will probably be a brief spurt of some very strong winds. But That being said, if that doesn't go away before it gets to Fishers, if you do get the maximum intensity of this line, which is rated for up to 80 miles per hour, I would definitely, it would definitely be good for you to be indoors and in your safe spots. In terms of our tornado threat, we still have an area of rotation here, and this also looks like an area of rotation. Let me just double check. That could also be a building. Sometimes buildings we'll have to wait one more scan. That could be another area of rotation there. I want to give it one more scan. If it lasts one more scan, then we can confirm it. But when we're close to these big cities, we also have to keep in mind that some of our radar imagery might be returning buildings. As big buildings that like kind of block the radar imagery and kind of contaminate it a little bit. Yeah, everybody in here near, and this is in Indiana, right in the Indianapolis area, moving up towards Fishers and Noblesville. Still trying to get a view. Let me try like maybe another kind of camera. Yeah, no cameras near Indianapolis. I'm still clicking around there. Maybe we'll find one. If I find one, I'll definitely bring it up ASAP. I mean, it looks like all of them are live. Like they're getting imagery, but they're not. When you press the start button, what does it say? Video. Media error not supported. This media could not be loaded either because the server or network failed because of the format is not supported. Interesting. A lot of these are failing because of actual Indiana's network, which is not good. I thank you, Emerson in Oblivion, for the $5. Trying to get cameras on the same website you are. I can't, so I don't think that's you. Yeah, I don't know. It's not me. I just looked at it, the network tab on it, and it looks like the network might be not public right now. Latest scans out here. It does look like, as of our recent scan near Lawrence, these are our strongest winds, but we're still pretty close to our radar. So we can estimate the strongest winds, or how close or how strong these winds are near the surface. And that's a pretty substantial lowering of the winds. We're talking about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And the good news is on our latest scan, I am not seeing any rotation. So it looks like that rotation was brief. But we're still watching to see if this is going to continue to be a damaging wind threat, a destructive severe thunderstorm, or if that was just a quick, brief phase of what we usually expect with these storms when they're not really in a very favorable kinematic environment. So we'll keep an eye on this. It's going in Lawrence now. After that's going to be McCordsville. If you live in Lawrence, you're actually going to help a lot of people by reporting what kind of winds you feel as that comes through, because on radar, that seems to be our strongest winds. Will Fishers be fine? If we don't get a re-strengthening of this line, probably so. Would still be in your safe spots though, just in case we do get some more rotations on the leading edge. Just because we have one scan where there's not rotation doesn't mean that's going to happen indefinitely. So still want you to be on your toes. Once I get a little bit more confident, let you guys know. Looks like CJ Ziegler down over here in Oklahoma is getting a little bit of a better view. This is our tornado warned storm near Wynnewood. Again, these storms, the reason why we're not talking about them as much is because none of these storms really have dangerous like tight rotations right now. Lots of broad rotations. And you can tell that our storms are still struggling a little bit to be surface based, but you can definitely tell that there is some rotation in this storm in Oklahoma. Just wanted to show you guys that real quick, just in case you're wondering. You could join this stream, and earlier you're probably like, well, why hasn't he said Oklahoma in a while? I can tell you right now, you should probably still be in your safe spots in those tornado warnings in Oklahoma, but rotations are not looking scary or dangerous at this point, but I am still checking on it in the background. Rotation touchdown in Rocky Ripple. So somebody is reporting that a tornado might have gone through Rocky Ripple. That is a person in chat, so might not have been accurate, might not be accurate. Take it with a grain of salt, but I do appreciate you trying to relay some information.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Yeah, latest scan looks like those winds are getting even weaker. So if you live in Lawrence, is anybody in chat in Lawrence right now? In Lawrence, Indiana. How are the winds? Are they still really strong? Not bad. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so we have some people saying it's bad. Some people are saying not so far for me. Those strongest winds should be over you right now. So I'm talking about, like, does it seem so with 80-mile-per-hour winds? You're going to be talking about a storm that when you look outside, it's going to look like all heck's breaking loose. Like a bomb just went off and everything's getting scattered everywhere. Leaves are blowing up, or not blowing up, but blowing up into the air. And, you know, tree limbs are falling down and, you know, it's really hard to see. Like it's chaos. 80-mile-per-hour winds are. So are you seeing that? Or when you look outside, you're like, you know what? I can kind of manage this. That's what I want to know. Shaking a car. Yeah, it was really strong in the Indianapolis area. We know that, but what we're trying to figure out over here near Lawrence is if we still have those 80-mile-per-hour winds, because we haven't been able to find a camera in this area. Yeah, you'll know when the storms are hitting that hard. Yes. Is it an EF0? Could be. It looked like we had a debris signature on this storm earlier. I think that was before the tornado warning. So I haven't heard any reports out of Rocky Ripple, but we have a decent amount of people in chat saying that there might have been a tornado there. It's pretty average winds. Okay. So it does seem like, as far as I can tell, based on the chat's responses and based on what we're seeing on radar, it does seem like our winds are going down. So this is a legitimate scan from our radar. Probably around 40 to 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of this storm. So still worth being indoors for, but I'm not seeing any rotation. So people like in Fishers, I wouldn't be too scared. I would still be in your safe spots for now as we still try to assess what the storm is going to do in the future. But it does seem like the wind threat might be dying down. It might have been a one-off little, kind of more like a downburst rather than a sustained severe threat for further into the future. As a tornado touched down, we're hearing some civilian reports that there might have been a tornado in Rocky Ripple. Got really dark, but not too windy. Okay, yeah, that's about what I would assume with this radar presence. So that's why I just wanted to, you know, just because you have an 80-mile-per-hour wind warning doesn't mean that, you know, that's how warnings work. That's usually means the maximum amount of wind that you can feel with the storm. But, you know, the storm, as it progresses, evolves and changes. And so what we're seeing here is a storm that is likely weakening over Lawrence right now. So McCordsville, Pleasant Acres, Mount Comfort, still probably going to get pretty windy, but I wouldn't expect 80-mile-per-hour winds anymore. I would expect probably somewhere between 50 and 60-mile-per-hour winds. When does it touch Carmel? Where is Carmel? I'm not seeing Carmel. Let me see where Carmel is. Carmel, Indiana. It's touching Carmel right now. Not a severe portion of the storm, though. I do want to come back over here to Oklahoma just to check in briefly. Yeah, still struggling to latch onto our outflow boundary. You can actually see the leading edge of it down here. Our storm is well elevated to the north of it. Still going to be a big hailer, though, with that tennis ball-sized hail. But unless that surges down to the south, we're likely going to see that tornado warning expire. We still have a tornado warning over here where we do have a little bit of a cold pool surge over there near Leader and JD. But yeah, not strong enough rotation yet to concern me. It looks like we've got a little bit of side lobe contamination there. Okay, they did allow that tornado warning to expire in Indiana, so that's great news. You guys can come out of your safe spots up there in Fishers. And I'm assuming we're going to get a downgrade here on these 80-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, you can look on radar. This storm, usually you don't trust what the radar says and the velocities if the storm is far away from the radar, because the further away you get from the radar, believe it or not, the higher you're looking up in the storm, because the radar beam kind of goes out and it expands out, right? And so the further it gets away from the radar site, the higher you're looking up into the storm. So typically you wouldn't trust these velocities. You know, you'd think, oh, well, if we're still getting reports of 80-mile-per-hour winds on the grounds, then that's probably still what we have. But in this case, we're really close to the radar. These winds that we're seeing are about 1,000 feet above the surface. And whenever you have 1,000 or winds of, 20 to 40 knots above the surface, they're usually hitting the ground at 20 to 40 knots. So we're talking about around 40 miles per hour winds, still possible with this line of storms as it moves towards McCordsville. Could, if you get unlucky, gust up to 60 miles per hour. But I don't think we're dealing with 80-mile-per-hour windstorm anymore. Yeah, the tornado warning has been canceled, so Fisher can come out of their safe spots. Evan Beef Burger? What are you talking about? Evan Beef Burger. Hey, in terms of what I was called during high school, that is honestly, you need to up your bullying game. Oh, groceries, frick. Okay, no, the delivery is 2 minutes away. Holy crap. Thank you for putting that in the chat. I would have forgot. And they would have been sitting out for an hour, but they're coming 2 minutes. So remind me again in 2 minutes. Hopefully, I don't think we're going to get too distracted. We got a big hailer, some ping pong ball sized hail coming into McCurtain, Oklahoma. And thank you, Per Helge, for the 119 NOK money. Is that North Oklahoman money? I'm just kidding. But thank you so much. Yeah, when Chazzy barks, that's when we know the food's here. And he's barking, so they're probably pulling up in the driveway. Okay, good news. They did downgrade this to 70 miles per hour, but I would say they could downgrade it a little bit further. But watch out over there near McCordsville. Still could be anywhere from 50 to 70 mile per hour winds. But again, 70 mile per hour winds are the max it can be. It's radar indicated, but again, there's not anything to really support that on radar right now. So that's just kind of the max intensity that's possible with this storm. So still be indoors and away from windows. Not as dangerous as 80 mile per hour winds anymore. So the threat is passing, but I would still be indoors, as you know, you're gonna have a lot of lightning, a decent amount of wind, maybe some flickering of the lights with some unlucky people with bad infrastructure losing power. Evan cheeseburger and fries. That was just delicious. Yeah, let's come back over here really quick down into Oklahoma, where we have a view of a storm that is tornado warned. And this is just a classic example. When people say an elevated supercell, this is what they mean. You see how there's like no discernible features on the base? No, and it just looks flat and smooth, like a butt. That's an elevated thunderstorm. All this bullying is making me hungry. True. True. I actually had a burger this morning. Oh, wow, Pagey's got a pretty cool view of a storm. This is also that same tornado warned storm, and look how flat that is.
That's gonna take a lot to bring that back in. Yeah. I mean, a lot.
Still expecting some big hail out of these storms, but they stay behind that outflow boundary. They're not going to be much of a tornado threat. Groceries, right. All right, let me get some groceries. I'll leave you here with Pagey Tornado while I do that. It's going to take me like 2 minutes because I got to put them in the fridge. Uno momento.
Boundaries here. Yeah. There's storms moving like this. Boundaries still gonna be pushed.
Okay, he's still unloading them. Well, it'll take a little bit. He walks slow. All right, let's come back over here. Yeah, mainly just a damaging wind burst here near Citra and Gertie and Non. Definitely some stronger ones. Maybe a little bit of rotation right in there, but seems to be in a weird spot of our storm. Most likely area where a mesocyclone would form would be right in there. And maybe a little bit of rotation there near Lula, but that's outside of our tornado warning. It's not really that strong. And thank you, Samarethering for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have ADHD? Talk more simple talk, like I am a money-year-old. What? What does that mean? What's that noise? That's my dog. He's barking. They're delivering the groceries right now. Let's come check back over here. Northeast of Indiana, see what's happening. Yeah, our line is continuing to dissipate quite quickly. It is possible that on the next update, they just drop this severe thunderstorm warning altogether. It is possible. They might slowly downgrade it, though, so the next update might be 60 miles per hour. I check over here on CJ. He's in a pretty interesting position on this storm. It's getting pretty dark. Jazzy! Yeah, Monday is probably the most interesting day out of all these days. Although Sunday could get interesting. Miss any tornadoes? There might have been one in Indianapolis just a little while ago. Right now, super heavy rain, but traffic is still moving. Decent. Yeah, that means okay, we did get an extension on this tornado warning, surprisingly. That's
a radar indicated tornado warning
weird.
Has been issued for these areas.
I don't know why they extended this tornado warning, but if you live in Sulphur, it's time to go to your safe spots. There's not really a whole lot of rotation or evidence that our storm is surface based right now. So not really sure why they issued this, but if you live in Sulphur, I would be in your safe spots. It's good practice. If nothing happens, it's good practice. But there is some pretty decent hail on this, some golf ball sized hail, so you definitely don't want to be outside. That's for sure. That the Indy storm? No, this is the tornado warnings in Oklahoma. The Indy storm is back over here. It has now passed through Indianapolis and is now moving off to the north and east towards McCordsville with likely around 50 to 60 mile per hour winds inside of it. We had a wind gust of 59 miles per hour near Indianapolis Airport. Too crazy. AZ, where were the storms going to be on Monday? I think the quickest way we can go over that is by looking at our tornado risk from our AI weather overlord, storm.net. Right there. So latest update is that the tornado threat is going to be potentially maximized over there near Columbia, Jefferson City, and St. Louis. And then it'll be over there in southern Illinois by around 7 p.m. and then should dissipate pretty quickly after that. But a good couple of hours, really starting sometime between, really starting in the afternoon and picking up as we go throughout the day there. So keep an eye on it. That's Monday's threat, probably our biggest tornado day. If we go through today, you can see our tornado threat's relatively low in comparison to that, but just a way to, oh, look at that. Storm.net did pick up on that storm over there near Indianapolis. What the heck's going on over here? Goats! We're like, let us in. Goats and chickens. We in Oklahoma or Alabama?
And goats. I just had to show that.
Oh, this is Cannon, actually. Sorry. Cannon Calton.
chickens and goats.
All right. We have a bunch of cow fans. How many goat fans do we have in the chat? Thank you, Lola. Nice to see you every now and then as well. Hopefully all is going well up there in Wisconsin. Yeah, StormNet did pick up on that little tornado risk over there near Indianapolis. It just goes to show, man, this thing is just the future. It's all it is. This is what the future of forecasting will become. Especially when these things show that they outcompete everyone every single time. Forecast videos will probably be more like, here's what the AI says, listen to it, because it's right. That's what it's going to be like in the future. Not very exciting. Although I'm still going to go over the forecast and the dynamics. But yeah. It's been pretty, it's kind of scary how smart it is. I thank you, Kyle, for the $5. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Just a quick reminder, we've been getting a lot of super chats today and not a whole lot of Venmos and Cash Apps. Just want to remind you guys, Venmo and Cash App, we get 100% of that money. Also, you get a TTS on stream, which is text to speech, if you donate over $10. But we get that immediately, and we also get 100% of it. On YouTube, every super chat, we only get 70% of that, and memberships, we only get 50%. That's why I'm trying to push you guys to donate more on Venmo and Cash App instead of on YouTube itself, because they do take a little bit of that. DMs. Wow. Apparently, there's multiple structures collapsed with at least one trapped in Indianapolis. Getting reports of that. Oh, groceries. Thank you for reminding me again. All right, give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to go over here and give you a Cannon Carlton shot. Hang out with Cannon Carlton for a little bit.
nice sculpted cloud here. I think the police like it.
Looking kind of crazy. Looking like a storm, at least. Still not really surface based, but it looks a little bit healthier than it was. We'll keep an eye on that. Little update here.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been
They did
issued
allow
for
this
these areas.
tornado warning to expire over here near the Gertie area. Still have a little bit of rotation back in, and that's likely got some hail contamination. Still some tennis ball sized hail possible with this storm, though, as it travels towards Non and Parker. So keep your eye on that. The back over here near Sulphur, maybe a little bit of rotation starting to pick up just to the north and west of Sulphur. But man, our outflow boundary is still all the way out here. I can't imagine that being producing a tornado. But I mean, we have seen some weird things this year, so always got to be keeping an eye out for some weird stuff. Also got some thunderstorms firing back over here near DeQueen, Arkansas, and near Prescott. Also just to the west of Hatfield. Going to be watching that as well for some severe potential. And it looks like they have decided to instead downgrade this to a special weather statement, which is what we were thinking might happen. So if you live over there near Greenfield, Knightstown, Newcastle, Muncie, still watch out. This could eventually try to become a severe threat again. We've got some stronger winds. Strongest winds of this storm are likely near Greenfield, Indiana at this moment. All right. Yeah. That's that. Oops. All right. Let's come back over to here. Keep an eye on Cannon's view. There is a little bit of rotation trying to develop in this, but I'm having trouble convincing myself that this storm could produce a tornado, but we'll keep an eye on it. I will say that rotation is likely in the middle portions of this storm, as this storm is pretty far away from our radar. Wow. Definitely looks like a storm. Yeah, Fisher's good to go for the rest of the day. Please stop spamming. Please stop spamming. And again, this storm is tornado warned. So Sulphur, Oklahoma, it needs to continue to be in their safe spots, but we are not really seeing any super interesting features on this storm right now. Can't be an Evan stream without at least one bucko going mad. Yeah. Tis true. Somehow we get crazies in here every stream. Wow. Cool looking storm. Doesn't look overly tornadic to me though. Yeah, latest scan still showing a little bit of weak rotation on it, but I'm still not overly concerned about this storm. I got a feeling that they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. It's pretty obvious that this storm is behind an outflow boundary, and you can see that outflow boundary right here. Just to its south. Closest storm to that outflow boundary is this one, but it's becoming a pretty elevated hailer right now. I'd say probably our biggest threat for a tornado, at least in the short term, is we have a lot of rain cooled air here. Eventually that is going to attempt to do a little bit more of a significant cold pool surge later on today, but it might take a while for that to do that. This storm over here still has tennis ball sized hail. That tennis ball sized hail is now moving just to the south of Non and near Parker. So if you live south of Non, watch out. Tennis ball sized hail is about to come through. Again, that's big enough hail to cause a decent amount of damage. You know, we're talking about roofs being possibly damaged. Also, your car windows might pick up a crack or two, or maybe even break with this kind of sized hail. Yeah, 45% sig hail risk, yes. That boundary left over with the vorticity and low-level instability. Today updated upturned to mass. I wouldn't say upturned to the last minute. We always kind of known for the last couple of days that there's going to be an outflow boundary here, and there will be a chance for a storm to latch onto it. But the main threat, I think, has always been today the damaging wind and hail. But that tornado threat will be present, but it's conditional. Again, mainly conditional on the fact that these storms can actually surge and latch onto that boundary. But right now, you can see this is well north, and these ones are closer to that boundary, but the storm itself is pretty outflow dominant at the moment. You can actually see that depicted pretty well here. That there's the bottom side of that outflow boundary. This is Patrick Panita on YouTube. Oh, he fixed his audio. Nice. And that's well out ahead of the storm, so. Oh my gosh. Someone in chat just said, I thought Oklahoma was called the Windy City because their people fart a lot. I think it's Chicago.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
You passed 1,000 subs. I'm so happy. Nice. Congrats. New severe thunderstorm warning over there in Indiana. Apparently. Is that Indiana? No. What's over here? Let me just double check. Oh, it is. Okay. For some reason, weather-wise, took a while to get that going. But yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Newcastle, Yorktown, and Muncie again. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the storm is trying again to at least strengthen a little bit. So watch out over there near Yorktown, Muncie, and Newcastle and Knightstown. This storm does technically have a history of trying to produce tornadoes and producing very strong winds, but as of right now, it is kind of a ghost of its former self. But I would keep an eye on it if you live in those areas. It's like Pagey Tornado has a view of that storm again, and it might even have some hail falling around them. Let's listen in. Good luck, LCT. I hope you the best.
Hello, honey bunny. Welcome.
See if we can get some hail. And tomorrow could be an interesting day with wind and hail and tornadoes. Could be. It's kind of a similar day to today. A little bit more sheer tomorrow. We can go over that just briefly here since it's a little bit quiet out there. This is today. We're going to be expecting these cells to continue down to the south and east with the damaging wind threat and potentially some tornadoes still being possible. And then tomorrow the atmosphere recharges, and it's similar in the fact that we're going to have a cold air and warmer air gradient on the northern side, but this time it'll be a warm front instead of an outflow boundary. And right along that warm front, just to the south and east of Oklahoma City, really going to be watching these storms like a hawk. You can see there's plenty of instability around that in the, reds and oranges and kind of purplies on the bottom here near Medill. Lots of instability. We got a little bit of a triple point back here as well. A little low pressure system there, and dry line. This will probably be firing off the dry line near that triple point. These storms over here near Bartlesville will likely be elevated as they will be north of that warm front. Could have a little bit of a tornado threat with them, and then but this storm right there near Purcell and Ada and Sulphur, if that really does happen just like that, could be a very dangerous day for kind of the same people that were impacted today. So we'll have to keep a close eye. It's really going to depend on where our outflow boundary kind of, because we're going to have these storms here that are going to sink to the south. This outflow boundary maybe removes a little bit more of this moisture than was anticipated. There is some conditionality that might have a little bit of trouble recovering tomorrow, but it really does try. So Saturday's a little bit conditional. Again, there's going to be a little bit of a capping inversion. If we compare this, let's compare this to some other models here. We'll do a compare NAM and the Rufus. There's the NAM, not really showing much. And the Rufus has those storms over there near Lawton as well. Maybe a little bit further south. Also a lot more convection on the Rufus going up towards Larned and Kansas, but the Rufus is not really too accurate of a model when it comes to actual convective mode. Check the NSL impasse. Yeah, it has storms mainly firing north of the warm front. A lot more storms firing over there near Stephenville and Wichita Falls tomorrow. The NAM 3K. NAM 3K fires those storms east of Oklahoma City and back over there into Texas a little bit. So yeah, a couple of different scenarios tomorrow, but it does look like cell initiation is going to be possible tomorrow. So definitely a day to keep an eye out for. All right, let's come back over here towards Sulphur, Oklahoma, where we still have this tornado warning, but still not a whole lot of rotation. This is what that storm looks like right now. This is Cannon Calton on YouTube. YouTube didn't tell you about this? Yeah, it happens. YouTube's notifications are super finicky. Trying to see if I can notice any motion on this thing. It's kind of hard to tell. It's a little bit murky around this tornado warned storm here in Oklahoma. Again, this is the a view of this storm near Sulphur. Looking at this portion of the storm there. Not any rotation on radar, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of motion on the ground, but sometimes the motion on the ground can be a little bit faster than what we're seeing on radar. So I'm just trying to keep an eye on that. But back over here, mainly just some gusty winds and some large hail now. Moving down to the south, some very large hail. Still just to the south of Non. Potentially still up to tennis ball sized hail, although it's not really showing up on the correlation coefficient as much, so they might be about to downgrade that hail threat a little bit. Back over here into the eastern Oklahoma near Patal and Panama, we have this storm with some $0.5 sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards y'all's area. You're welcome, help. Sorry, I forgot to turn that on. That probably would have solved that issue before the stream even started. All right, looks like this storm also has some golf ball sized hail that's just to the north of Sulphur, Oklahoma, still slowly moving down to the east. A latest scan down here just to the west of Wilkinson, some stronger winds are moving in just to the north and east of Greenfield, Indiana, and that's going to be heading over towards Wilkinson. That's probably where most, if not all, of our 60-mile-per-hour winds are right now. So further up to the north should be less intense, but still keep an eye on it over there in Muncie, Newcastle, and Knightstown for some severe winds. Thank you, DRJ, for subscribing. HOA? Y'all live in an area of HOA? I don't even understand why someone would choose to do that. It's like you already got the government. Then you live in an area with another government that's going to tell you what to do with your property. That to me just sounds insane. There's another look at that storm, tornado warned storm near Sulphur, Oklahoma.
So, looks like just west of Sulphur there, someone, the emergency manager found a tennis ball.
Wow.
And we got a report of this storm for tennis ball sized hail 5 minutes ago. They still haven't upgraded this warning, but they might upgrade it.
In Sulphur and Davis.
Yeah, I'll switch that over to 1 minute on the subscriber. See if we can outlast that person's patience.
Assuming they're probably gonna let this tornado warning expire.
Yeah, I would definitely think so.
Yeah, there's just no motion. Definitely still an elevated storm. I was surprised that they extended it towards Sulphur. But yeah, they're going to extend this as a severe thunderstorm warning with... Oops. We're going to extend it as a severe thunderstorm warning with...
has been issued for these areas.
Tennis ball sized hail. So still a significant storm over here. Definitely capable of causing a decent amount of damage with that hail. So if you live over there near Hickory and near Witch Hole... How many people have asked that question? I'm just kidding. And then over here we got some areas of potential tennis ball sized hail. Another potentially significant storm over there near Stonewall heading towards Centrahoma. That is the latest, and we still have this storm back over here near Patal and Panama with some golf ball sized hail. So also some damage likely with that kind of hail as well. Oh, wow. Just got a new tornado warning back over here near Woodville and Cadiz. Kennard, Newcastle, Mount Summit, and Moreland just got an area of some decent rotation on this storm. Not on the ground as far as I can tell, but some rotation is picking back up with this storm. So if you live in Wilkinson, Woodville, Kennard, Cadiz, Westwood, Newcastle, Mount Summit, Moreland, and Blantsville, you guys do need to be in your safe spots. Decent little area of circulation picking back up on this storm. Very interesting. Definitely wasn't supposed to be this tornadic up here, but it looks like we might have a little bit more instability than expected. So looks like we got another tornado warning. So let's come to here, there. Nope, that didn't work. Guy is persistent. I'm still waiting on that latest scan to come in. I can't confirm a tornado, but there's definitely some decent rotation. You know, we're talking about almost 80, yeah, just over 80 miles per hour of total rotation on this storm. So it's definitely in that range where there could be a tornado there. It just might not be picking up on radar, but still waiting for that newest scan to come in. If you live in Shirley and Kennard, this is coming to you next. Let's go ahead and get an estimated time of arrival on this storm. Where'd it go? Yeah, Woodville is 8 minutes, Cadiz 15 minutes, Newcastle 25 minutes, Moreland 38 minutes, Hagerstown 45 minutes, and Losantville and 46 minutes. Yeah, latest scan looks like that rotation has died down a little bit there, but there still is enough, I think, for people to be in their safe spots. And we're definitely getting some stronger winds on the southern side of the storm as well. So watch out over there in Grant City for that strong wind potential. That rotation should go just to the north of Grant City.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning back over here near
thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Nonashita, Watson, and Plunketville. And then our newest one is back over here near Pittsburgh for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And if you want to be indoors and away from windows with that guy, still some 2-inch hail. So they did downgrade this severe thunderstorm warning a little bit there near Colgate, Phillips, and Lehigh. But it's still 2-inch hail, still some significant hail coming towards Colgate. So keep your eye out for that potential. And then our biggest hailstorm back over here in Oklahoma City continues to be this one just to the south of Hickory with that hail core just to the south there, still moving down to the south and east towards Witch Hole. Monday is going to be bad. Yeah, very well could be. Definitely, if you are in Monday's risk, I would continue to be looking out for the latest forecasts. I'll be making another forecast video for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday tomorrow. And we'll likely do a forecast at some point during this stream for Monday. But yeah, just be weather aware. Could be one of the bigger tornado threats that we have in this severe weather episode. This episode of severe weather. I guess the right word to say. Technically speaking, should be the right word there. Still waiting on that latest scan on our tornado warned storm here in Indiana, where we still have an area of some broad circulation ongoing. A little bit there. Scan still hasn't come in yet though, so Newcastle, Moreland, definitely be respecting this storm for the time being. This has been a pretty, honestly, a pretty sporadic storm. When it started, definitely had some teeth to it. Then it nearly died out, became unsevere. Then all of a sudden became severe again, and now has a tornado warning. So, pretty sporadic storm up here. I am interested to see what the environment is like near the Newcastle area. Let me see. Put a mesoscale analysis. Thermodynamics. It's only about in 500 joules per kilogram of upper level or low. Man, this really just doesn't seem like a very tornadic environment. Very low instability and very low shear. We're talking about around 25 knots. Pretty strong mid-level shear. That must be what's helping the storm along. Yeah, barely any upper level winds above it as well. Pretty darn weak storm environment, but this storm seems to have a mind of its own. Latest scan looks like that rotation is tightening up again, potentially getting ready to drop or attempt to drop a tornado again. So over there near Kennard and Newcastle, please continue to be in your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible.
Warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning in the Oklahoma region. That's going to be over here near Wilburton, Oklahoma, with some $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So watch out. Not the craziest hail we've seen today, for sure. But this one actually over here near Patal and Shady Point just got upgraded to 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So watch over there near Shady Point, Patal, Cameron, and Gilmore. Look at a severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one's moving off to the east, just to the south of Durant. Eventually, is going to be heading into Casuco, Mississippi. It's like Pagey tornado might be in some hail. Let's listen in. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. I'm younger than your kids. Are you sure about that, Michelle? How old are your kids? I look a lot younger than I actually am.
Oh, that sounded bigger. Maybe a ping pong.
Okay, the tornado warning for Oklahoma has been canceled. Thank you, Help, for that update. Not big hail, but there's some hail in there. That's that storm that was tornado warned, but that has been allowed to expire. Still a decent area of some rotation here near Kennard. Right in there. Let's see what our total velocity is. Getting up to about 90 miles per hour. That there is definitely a chance that that could be on the ground and just not picking up debris. Once you get into that 90 mile per hour total rotation, really start to think, especially when it's this tight and compact, really start to think that there could be a tornado in progress here. So if you live in Kennard and Mount Lawn, please continue to be in your safe spots as a tornado could be in progress. They're in their 30s. Okay, well, I'm 32, so they might be older than me. Topeka, Kansas here. Can I relax tonight? Are you glad you can relax tonight? Yeah. Yeah, Topeka's not in the risk for today. And if you live over here in Newcastle, technically can't relax yet. This tornado is going to be coming pretty close to you guys over there. And again, this storm is going to be, we'll get an updated storm track here. In Kennard in 1 minute, Newcastle in 16, and Moreland in 30 minutes. So if you live in those areas, that's how long you got to prepare for the storm to come through. Rotation shouldn't really last for that long, but would definitely take this storm seriously until we can give the all clear here. I will say for Wilkinson, Maple Valley, Grant City, Warrington, and Willow Branch, you guys can come out of your safe spots.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these
still
areas.
radar indicated as of our latest update on our tornado warning. And our new severe thunderstorm warning is back out over here in Mississippi. Just going through Jackson right now with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going to be a loud storm, but you will be perfectly fine as long as you remain indoors. That's going to be coming towards Flowwood, Pearl, Country Place, Summerwood, and Luckney. Here in a little bit. Do a little storm track here. Flowwood in 8, Skyway in 19, Jackson in 21 minutes, and Summerwood in 27 minutes. Yeah, latest scan. Still seeing some rotation here. Got a little weaker on this scan, though. Tad bit weaker. So you still got some strong winds here to the south. Our rotation is likely centered right there. So let's go see what our total rotation is. Bring up the relative velocity. Yeah, total rotation is about 40 miles per hour. So definitely on the weaker side now. So it's weakened quite substantially as of our latest scan, but we do still have some pretty strong winds on the southern side. So if you live over there near Mount Lawn, Westwood, and Newcastle, would still continue to be in your safe spots just in case this storm does try to ramp up again. Is that a rainbow? I can't tell. Y'all see a rainbow in there? I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me.
There's cows under the rainbow.
Oh, they just said there's cows under the rainbow. So that must be a rainbow. Hey, they see it too. It's not just me. It kind of looked like a rainbow there. And they saw it too, so I want to hear it. That's an interesting looking cloud from Penita. Look at this.
We are near Sulphur, Oklahoma.
Toshimingo, Oklahoma, near Sulphur. And an inflow jet coming in. A little bit of surface-based activity trying to happen on that storm. Yeah, a classic SLC. Check back in with Pagey, see if they're getting any bigger hail yet. Nope, it seems like they are outside of the hail core now. All right, still waiting on that latest scan to come in. I guess this is the latest scan. We don't have the latest velocities. No. Yeah, we're still waiting on it. No, there it is. Okay, latest velocities are in. That would technically be our area of rotation, but let's look at the storm relative. Oh, it's right there. About 30. Yeah, about 30 mile per hour total rotation. So still relatively weak there north of Mount Lawn. So pretty weak rotation still on this storm, but some stronger winds on the south. It's definitely still worth keeping an eye on as that heads just to the north of Westwood. Man, look at this view from Cannon, Calton. Classic little messy supercell. Hello, hello, Christine, welcome in. You might have an interesting day over there in Indianapolis today. That tornado warning missed your area. I'm glad too. Did you get any wind out of that storm? Was it bad or was it manageable? Jesus. What is going on with chat today? I'm getting a lot of trolls. It's a bit crazy for about 10 minutes. Not too bad. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, still waiting for that latest scan over here, but I don't think a tornado is in progress with this guy right now. Little area of rotation, though, is starting to develop over there south of Greensboro. Might have to keep an eye on that. He's got our latest reflectivity in. Rotation is now located probably over here just to the north and west of Westwood. I think it's going to go north of Newcastle. Let's just check it. Yeah, it is moving more of a northwest or northeasterly trajectory. So areas closest to this or in the future is probably going to be Van Nuys and Hillsborough. Will likely go north of Newcastle, but this rotation is on its way out. As you can see, our latest scan, it's even weaker. And we're now talking about 19 miles per hour of total rotation. There is still technically some rotation in there, but it's very weak now. So likely, unless that tries to pick back up again, we'll likely see this tornado warning expire. But they did upgrade our severe thunderstorm warning here to 70-mile-per-hour winds. So not significant winds, but close to it. Over there near Springport, Cohen, Muncie, and New Lisbon all need to be indoors and away from windows. Here at Newcastle right now. Well, the good news is that the is going to go north of Newcastle. Storm completely passed north of Noblesville, Indiana. Where is Noblesville? I feel like that was earlier today, was it not? Well, let me see where Noblesville is. Noblesville, Indiana. Yeah, no, you guys are good. You guys got the storm earlier. It's on Weather Circle. I cannot use observer mode or any of the pro features, and it prompts me to subscribe even though I am subscribed. I haven't been for months. Yeah, check to make sure you're signed in to the proper account. That's the first time I've ever heard of that issue. But it might be a glitch in the code, one that hasn't been discovered before, so. What's Paigey looking at? No, she's technically looking at the same thing here. They're just looking at the back side of it.
Surprised things actually ended up being as discreet as they are. It's pretty nice.
Cannon might be one of the most chillest storm chasers. He's like, oh yeah, this is semi-discreet. This is kind of nice. Just a storm with, but it still have tennis ball sized hail though. Yeah, it's just a storm with tennis ball sized hail. Again, still a significant storm here south and east of Hickory. This is still moving down towards Witch Hole, so watch out. That 2.5-inch hail is going to be damaging. Back over here, 2-inch hails could also be pretty damaging as well. That's going to be coming down towards Colgate in a little bit. We can get a little storm track on that for you as well. Probably this port that's coming towards you guys. Moving at 21 miles per hour. Going to be there in 27 minutes. Storm over here has been downgraded a little bit, but still potentially up to golf ball sized hail heading into Patal. Hey, Jazzy. Am I live on other platforms? No, I just do YouTube. I could do other platforms. Just not sure if there's like really much of an audience outside of YouTube for weather. Maybe Facebook would be a good one. I think Muncie is gonna see anything. Where is Muncie? Muncie, Indiana. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So yeah, it's very possible that you could get up to, let's see, they just updated this. Yeah, still potentially up to 70 mile per hour winds are possible there near Muncie. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on it. I'd be surprised if it was actually at 70 mile per hour winds. I think our strongest winds are further to the south. By the way, our rotation with this storm near Newcastle is now pretty much non-existent. Gonna check the feed. Sure. Oh, obviously not this feed. Yeah, the good news is, other than the very large hail, we've had a pretty non-eventful, well, never mind. Yeah, Indiana has been eventful today, I would say. Getting a little interesting reading from this storm. Probably a lot of side lobe contamination in there. Fortunately, as these storms start to move into our radar hole, we're really going to lose good coverage on them. These cluster of storms are about to do that, unfortunately. Yeah, no tornadoes in Oklahoma. We might have had a brief one, maybe two. At max 2 tornadoes over here in Indianapolis, maybe even 3. I think you can make an argument for 3. Missed you too. Made a fundraiser for the Paris radar, man. That'd have to be like over $1 million. I'm surprised, like, with all the rich weather people that we have out there, you know, like even the bigger conglomerates, like, I'm just surprised that nobody's bought their own radar down there and made it public. Well, I'm glad to be back then. Can you check posts? What do you mean by that? Which posts and where? All right, latest scan, still some strong winds moving just north of Newcastle, but no tornado threat on this storm anymore. They're probably gonna allow this to expire shortly. Yeah, these storms do seem pretty outflow dominated. Not really sure what's going on over here, to be honest, given that we're so far away from our radar. This storm is about to become a real hassle to try to track here near Kiowa. Should be elevated, though. It does appear to be north of our boundary. And I think, where's Tishomingo at? Oh, it's over here. What? Does that make any sense? I don't see how Patrick could have got all the way to Tishomingo.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued back over here near Gaines, Muldrow, Fort Coffee, Roland, and Arcoma for some half-dollar sized inch hail. That hail is located back over here near Brent. It's going to be coming in a trajectory like this, so likely to hit Foreman and Baldbridge. Could get unlucky if this starts to sink down to the south a little bit more, Tucker, but it looks like that hail threat should go north of these cities like Tucker, Redland, and Fort Coffee. Oh, the feed on weather circle. I did check it. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is from Christine. I don't know why it's so small. The heck? This will probably be a little bit bigger. But yeah, you can see, wow. Yeah, that storm that came through Indiana earlier on radar looked like it meant business, and in real life definitely looks like it meant business. Look at that. Thank you for sharing that.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
The chances you actually get a tornado, it's pretty low, but I would keep an eye. There could be a storm that fires nearby you today, so I'd keep an eye on that. Emma. Hey, Carrot. Hello, hello. But yeah, great picture, Christine. I'm surprised you had the gall to stand out there and take a photo. We got another view here from our storm chaser. It looks like that tornado warning in Indiana just was allowed to expire. So believe it or not, we are down to 0 tornado warnings right now. That's always good. We like that. We like that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Mother Nature deciding to shut the F up for a moment. Mother Nature is so loud and annoying. My goodness. It's constantly on and on and on. Hail this, wind that, tornado this. Jeez Louise.
You can tell a lot by how someone is as a chaser.
Oh, some Cannon Carlton knowledge. Oh,
You see them taking photos of outside.
well, we didn't catch any of that. Dang, he tried to drop some wisdom and then his feed cut out. Conspiracy? She's ticked off. What do you expect? I guess. I don't know why she's so mad all the time. Yeah, I mean, this looks crazy here near Pittsburgh. That might that'll probably get a tornado warning just because we're so far away from the radar. That might. One thing I am noticing, there's like a hail spike here. So we could have, this could be hail contamination. I'll say likely hail contamination there. It's weird. We're viewing way far away from the radar.
Warning has been issued for these areas.
Okay, they are increasing this to a 70-mile-per-hour windstorm. They're near Kiowa, Pittsburgh, Blanco, Oklahoma. Our latest scan, our winds are calming down on this storm. Still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but it looks like they're going to downgrade it on the next warning if they do issue another one. We have a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning now for Hagerstown and Fountain City. Near Kiowa? Where's Kiowa? Oklahoma. It's powerful. You're probably gonna get some strong winds and then some ping pong ball sized hail. So some power outages are definitely gonna be likely. Definitely gonna be loud storm and maybe a little bit of dents in your vehicles if they're outside. Jeez Louise is underrated. That's like one of my favorite things to say. I'm not gonna lie. What is going on over here? It just looks weird. What a cloud. Like a cylinder.
Thank God.
Doesn't have much rotation on radar, so I'm not concerned for like a tornado, but maybe like land spout. Maybe some land spout action.
Like this non-tornadic sharp cloud. It's like a cylinder. It's like a cylinder.
Doesn't have much rotation on radar, so I'm not concerned for like a tornado, but maybe like land spout.
Like this non-tornadic sharp cloud. Like this non-tornadic sharp cloud. Someone took a photo of this, thinking it was tornadic. Means they probably got a little bit more to learn about the storm chasing stuff. Starting to look super cool though. So that's a plus.
Weird looking cloud. It's like right on the outflow boundary. Kind of looks rotatey. Now we got a new tornado warning that just came in. Oops.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
It's going to be over here near Kiowa and Pittsburgh. And this is in the mid-level circulation, underneath the hail core likely. But I would say it's worth being in your safe spots. I mean, I don't think we are in a radar hole, a crazy big radar hole. We're going to be in a radar hole for pretty much the storm's entire life. So it is very possible that this thing is warned for a while. Also a little bit of rotation back over here. No, never mind. Yeah, I mean, even our closest radar is indicating some stronger rotation near Reynolds as well. So there could be some rotation in this. I'm just unsure on how strong that rotation is. But if you live over there near Daisy, Goss, Pine Top, Jumbo, Dunbar, EU Banks, and Wadena, you guys need to be in your safe spots. How is Newcastle? You got a storm coming through probably right now. Yeah, storm just came through, but it's pretty much the worst part is over for Newcastle. Next in line over here is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be Winchester, Lynn, and Union City over there in Indiana. We'll be moving off to the east. Intense weather. Some severe weather is certainly possible today for Ohio. This storm out over here is going to make its way into Ohio with a decent amount of rain and thunder for Columbus, going over towards Mansfield, also Hamilton, Sydney, Greenville, Dayton, Lancaster, Newark, and it's mainly this portion of the storm that's been misbehaving today. So if you live in any of those cities that are highlighted there by that square, would keep an eye on that storm. It's been kind of pulsing in intensity. Oh, this is an observed tornado now. They just upgraded this to an observed tornado.
A severe
This is on the ground.
warning has been issued for these areas.
So we potentially have a stronger tornado here, just south of Kiowa. Hard to tell just by radar, but definitely be in your safe spots. This is now observed to be on the ground. Let me check to see if I got any chasers near there. Yeah, all the chasers are on the western storm. Right there's that area
Thunderstorm warning
of
has been
stronger
issued for
rotation.
these
Let me
areas.
see what was observed by. Yeah, weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. Let me check to see what other storm chasers we could have.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Is PA storm trackers out? I doubt it. They live all the way up there in Pennsylvania. No, they are not out. Yeah, latest scan, still a decent little area of rotation there south of Kiowa. Wow. Looks like the tornado report came directly out of Kiowa itself. Media Storm Tracker reported a video of a tornado on the east side of Kiowa. Wow. Let me see if I can find that video.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued
Not
for
seen
these
it.
areas.
Does make me curious. Is there like a traffic camera near these? No. Oklahoma has a severe lack of traffic cameras. Yeah, latest scan here, still some stronger rotation just to the south and west of Kiowa. Again, this is reported as a tornado on the ground, and that is going to be coming very close to Pine Top, Oklahoma in just a moment. So please continue to be in your safe spots as that continues down to the south and east. Also noticing this storm is starting to surge a little bit further to the south, kind of taking on the same kind of look as that one up further to the north. A little bit of rotation also developing over there near Witch Hole. Check back over here in Indiana. Yeah, so looking good, pretty good over here. No new areas of stronger rotation, and our most recent severe thunderstorm warning was back over here near Wapakoneta for some golf ball sized hail. Also a severe thunderstorm warning with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Cromwell, Oklahoma. A little interesting view again from Cannon, Calton. He's right next to that little area of rotation.
Big wind with this. Probably gonna have to go south now, because I'm not trying to get hail.
It's hard to tell. Uncompog fan. Given that we're so far away from the radar, we don't really have a very accurate radar depiction of the storm, but it doesn't have strong enough rotation to support a tornado. But just not sure how strong that tornado is. We'll have reports coming out about it, and if it did do significant damage, it's probably going to get PODS tornado warned, but it really just depends on what's actually happening in reality. Man, yeah, latest scan though, still showing some very strong mid-level circulation on our storm. We are looking, let's see how high we're looking up. Yeah, we're looking 8,000 feet up into our storm. So we imagine a storm here. You know, we draw a little graph. Up here is about 50,000 feet. And then down here is 0. Our base of the storm is probably more realistically, you know, around like 1,000 feet. And then we're looking 8,000 feet up into the storm from our radar. So we're looking like up here. So we're seeing a lot of strong rotation aloft, and that is making it down to the surface as far as we can tell from reports. So likely a tornado on the ground here. We're just unsure of how strong that rotation is near the surface. The good news, technically speaking, is that we are not seeing a debris ball. That means the tornado is not strong enough to loft debris up 8,000 feet, which would still keep it, theoretically speaking, in the weaker category. But again, this far out can miss a lot of things on radar. So likely just not going to ever know how strong this is until we start to see reports. But generally, our mid-level circulation is very strong with this storm as that continues to push down to the south and east. likely not translating to the ground as far as I can tell. We would see a pretty big debris signature underneath that if it was truly that strong of winds near the surface. But, you know, according to reports, it is strong enough rotation to have a tornado on the ground. So I definitely would be in your safe spots. I don't have any storm chasers right now that are near this storm, though. Let me see if I can find one. Yeah, all the storm chasers are west. I think we're getting a drone view from CJ. The other storm, Adam Lucio. Not there either. Let me see if Jordan Hall is near that storm. Yeah, no storm chasers that I can find are near that storm. Let's see where Brandon Kopic is. Yeah, he's way south and west of that storm as well. So yeah, no storm chasers near this storm right now, but so I don't think we're gonna be able to get a view, but just south of Pittsburgh, still some very strong mid-level circulation coming down just to the south and east, just to the south of Pine Top. 60 knot V-Rot. Yeah, but again, that's mid-level rotation. We're looking really far up into our storm. You know, how many times do we see these signals, you know, looking aloft on a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds, but you see these blues and sometimes, you know, reds and yellows and even black colors indicating that the winds aloft are strong, but not that strong near the surface. So it's impossible. The thing is that I can't say for sure. All I know is that this is very strong mid-level circulation. We do know that for a fact, and we do know that this tornado has been reported on the ground. So if you live over there just south of Pine Top, be in your safe spots. But we really don't have any understanding of how intense that tornado is at this moment. Yeah, Newcastle's good to go. Yeah, another storm popping up just to the west of Tishomingo. Actually kind of seems south of that outflow boundary. If I were to be able to chase this as good as possible, although we do have a little bit of a METAR data station there pointing that way, but then we have one near Ardmore. Our outflow boundary might be right there, actually, now that I think about it. That might be firing just on the outflow boundary. Hey, this storm's going to be extremely frustrating from a forecasting standpoint and from a nowcasting standpoint, because it is going to be, and you can see we have one radar all the way over here and another radar all the way over there. And our closest radar is, how far is that? Where's the miles? The heck? Is that supposed to give out miles? It says measure. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry. 96 miles from that one. And 93 miles. 95 miles from that one. So yeah, both of these radars are unfortunately really far away from this tornado, but that doesn't, you know, it is dangerous. So I would be in your safe spot. We have a confirmed tornado. I do want to check back over here in Indiana though. Just keep monitoring this storm. Yeah. Still no new areas of rotation, and wind is still looking pretty manageable as that approaches Winchester, Lynn, and Fountain City. Max winds out of this storm is going to be up to 60 miles per hour. It's all heading towards Havner, where your family lives. Let me see where Havner is. Oh yeah, there is a storm coming towards Havner. It's not severe warned, just some lightning. This storm in its particular is going more to the southeast. These ones over here have some hail. We got some 1.5 inch hail.
Tornado warning has been issued for these
Okay, so
areas.
they're announcing here this tornado is not on the ground. Not sure where that confidence is coming from.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
But they have some indication that this tornado is not on the ground anymore. Even with this much rotation, you know, mid-level, again, that just kind of goes to show that, you know, what's happening in the mid-levels isn't necessarily happening near the surface. But I would definitely continue to keep this. Is this like taking an eastern turn? I guess a little bit of an eastern turn. A little bit of an eastern turn. I'm not sure if it's that abrupt. But yeah, if you live out in this area, I would be in your safe spots there in Pine Top, Counts, Weathers, and Star. Local media has a view of it and it's still on the ground. Okay. What media is that? Need to update it back to observe. What media is that? Into photo, no idea who's the source though. Interesting. Oh wow. Yeah, it kind of looks like a large tornado. We don't know who the source is of this, so I'm not sure if it's a real photo or not. It looks real. Coco reporter. I mean, the conflicting reports on whether or not this is still on the ground. We have a news media in the area is reporting that this is still on the ground. With the NWS doesn't seem to think it's on the ground. Our strongest area of rotation is over here near Pine Top, just to the west of Pine Top, still moving to the south and east. I think the smartest thing to do, even with all this confusion, is just to treat it like this is a tornado on the ground. So if you live over there near Pine Top, Weathers, Counts, and Star, I would be in your safe spots. Just treat it like it's on the ground. I've just potentially saw a photo of it, and it might be a large tornado. A large cone tornado, but we're not sure of the source, so we don't know 100%. But again, this is the frustration we always have with these kind of storms, you know, is you get the confirmation but like you can't monitor it on radar because it's in such a radar hole. If we had a radar just right over here near Antlers or near Atoka, this would be a lot less guessing and a lot more knowing. And it just sucks for all the people that live out over here. You know, they never get the answers. There's always confusion around their storms. Yeah, better to be safe than sorry, exactly. Although they just downgraded this tornado warning as well, so interesting. If this is correct, this photo, then that means even our radar depiction of like this looking like a rain-wrapped supercell might not even be correct, because the photo that I'm seeing here does not look like the tornado is overly rain-wrapped right now. I'm still not sure if that's correct. This is when you don't have chasers on it as well. Yeah. Yeah, latest scan here. Still an area of some decent mid-level circulation. Just to the south of Pine Top. Still no indication of a debris signature right now. But again, just continue to be in your safe spots as we are still trying to figure out exactly what this storm is up to. Got more info. That was from Enid, but somebody said it was from today. Okay. So that photo that I looked at is not the tornado from today. That'd be interesting if you got an EF5 rating from a tree. Not sure if that's ever happened before. All right, let's go check back up here towards Indiana. Just to make sure we got no shenanigans trying to pop back off up here. Yeah, still looking good over here. Still potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Winchester, Lynn, and Fountain City. Again, that's up to. Could be weaker than that. And in most spots, probably the weaker than that. But every now and then, someone's going to get some decent winds with that. Decently cool view coming out of Patrick here near Wapanuka,
So that rising motion is a pretty
Oklahoma.
good indicator that there's a that this storm that the updraft is still healthy.
They had tree damage contextually rated EF5. Really?
So this can still produce a tornado, I think. Whoa!
Yeah, nice lightning there.
The tornado was in our hearts the whole time.
Nah, F that.
I mean, honestly, I'll take a beautifully structured storm like this. Is just
And that
as much as I
tornado-
will take any tornado.
Tornadoes aren't stored in the heart.
I'll take a beautiful storm.
And
Yeah,
it is a
this
cool
looks like
looking
it could be-
storm, I will say. If you kind of like do a time lapse, you can see that motion on it. It does have some broad rotation. It seems like southwestern Arkansas, for the most part, has not really gotten much severe weather, thankfully, yet. Yeah, rotation is getting broader in the mid-levels, indicating that the rotation is definitely weakening on our storm. It'd be interesting to see. Let me check to see if there's any more news out of Kiowa on that tornado. Yeah, no photos and videos out yet confirming a tornado out of Kiowa, so that's interesting. We'll keep an eye out for it. See if we get any news out of there. New MCD. Ooh. Let's check it out. This is our new mesoscale discussion. It says a tornado risk persists near outflow boundary. Damaging wind and hail risk may develop southeastward out of Oklahoma towards Arklatex. So, yeah, right in this area is our greatest tornado potential. We'll keep an eye on it. Still hail potential of up to 2 to 3 inches. Woo. That's big. Got to keep an eye out for that hail threat too. Storm north of Tishomingo is starting to get a little bit stronger. They're near Ravia. Not severe yet, but it's getting close. Our latest severe thunderstorm warning was issued out over here on the border of Oklahoma and Arkansas, near Hartford, Arkansas. So our severe threat is pushing into Arkansas. Wow, this is still such a cool view of this storm. Any tornadoes today? Might have had one. Just had one in Kiowa, and might have had a couple in Indiana, near Indianapolis. So anywhere from 0 to 3, depending on which one of these gets confirmed. This severe thunderstorm warning has been issued down to the south and west towards Clayton and Tuscaloosa now for 70-mile-per-hour winds and some golf ball-sized hail. So golf ball-sized hail, that's still, it's not significant hail, but it's big enough to still cause some pretty hefty dents in your car and maybe a cracked window. Not necessarily life-threatening hail, but will hurt and leave bruises. Kiowa storm is recycling. It's hard to tell. Impossible to tell with just how far away we are from it from radar. We won't have a good view of this storm really ever. Like seriously. We will never have a good view of this storm. It's going to travel directly in the middle of all of these radars for its entire life cycle, which is kind of BS in my opinion. This storm is trying to evade all monitoring. Seems to be a paranoid storm. Would softball be enough to be able to kill someone in your roof? Yes. Yeah, I mean, you got to think the softball in a storm, especially if it has strong wind with it, can be traveling up to 100 miles per hour. That's, I mean, it hits you. I mean, it's not guaranteed. It can hit you in the head and knock you out. It can just cause a big welt and really hurt. But if it hits you in the right spot, it could definitely kill you.
Oklahoma.
Wish we had some chasers on it. Let me check back in. Cycle through my chasers again.
A severe thunderstorm warning has
to
been
see where
issued
everybody's
for these
at.
areas.
I think everybody's still pretty much around that storm near Wapakoneta.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
We're getting quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll check that out right now. Yeah, still none of our chasers are nearby. Newest severe thunderstorm warning has been extended out towards Atoka for some golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then we got another one, little update issued over here with observed golf ball sized hail coming towards Talahina, Oklahoma. And then we had another one, a little more of an extension into Arkansas with this severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for wind and hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Waldron, Arkansas. I actually might be able to get a view on some of these storms. I do have a few cameras in Arkansas. Let me get weather circle up here. Some cameras are better than no cameras. That's what my father used to say. No, it's weather circle. Just kidding. He never said that. All right. Traffic cams in Arkansas. What do we got going on? We do have some near Fort Smith. One south of Mena. That can't be all of the cameras. Pretty sure there's more than that. Hold on. Let me just check out Arkansas 5111 really quick. Has been rated a preliminary EF4. Yes. with winds of 17 miles per hour. Wow. That's impressive. Thanks for the report, Tornado Explorer. One second, just confirming. Yeah. All right. So probably the coolest camera we'd be able to find is near this storm. Might eventually come through here. Oh man, that camera's offline. Oh well. Is what it is. Oh, it's not offline. Okay, hold on. That's just Weather Circle being a little weird. Hold on. These cameras are hard to code because there's so many states that are like strict about viewing storms with these traffic cameras. Also, a storm coming towards Fort Smith. I'm wondering if we can get a view on that. Not yet. Oh, kind of. But the storm looks like near Fort Smith, Arkansas. We'll keep checking back in with Arkansas. See what we can see. The latest scan showing a little bit more rotation, but it's a lot weaker in the mid-levels than it was before, heading down towards Adele. So still continue to be in your safe spots just in case. Oh, wow. Look at that hail core on Paige's tornado stream. Look at that. That big old white blob there in the middle of the screen. That's hail. Golf ball sized hail. Was there really zero fatalities with that tornado so far?
Chilly. The mount is mad at me.
What happened?
It's mad at me, the mount.
Wow. Well, then we get lucky. Finally use your street cams during the snowstorm past February to see if the roads were clear. So helpful. Yeah, they are helpful. Like not just like from, yeah, I mean, that's a great example of what you can use those for sure. See if roads are clear, just to see what's happening out there. Yeah, I got some supercells near Tolena and Havana still with some golf ball and ping pong ball size hail. This storm's gonna go likely, let me see where it's heading. Yeah, it's come pretty close to having her there. But watch out for some maybe ping pong ball sized hail. Check back over here near Indy, and I forgot about you guys. Yeah, still looking good. Still looking good. Maybe actually a little bit of rotation here near Powers, south of New Mount Pleasant, worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, I got some wind in Mississippi still, 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail.
A severe
A new
thunderstorm
mesoscale
warning
discussion?
has been issued for
We already
these
went
areas.
over the old one when that came out a couple minutes ago. Actually, I'm curious. Let's do a 4-hour loop. Wow. Look at that. We'll zoom in here. Whoa. And you can tell where the storms are without the radar just by looking at the storms from space. Really, really cool. Yeah, tomorrow could be interesting. A lot of models are showing convective initiation.
A radar indicated tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
Radar indicated tornado warning, so they are extending our tornado warning now down to the south and east towards Adele and Stanley here in Oklahoma. And broad mid-level circulation, but worth being in your safe spots just in case, because again, we don't have a great view on this storm, unfortunately. So not really sure what's happening near the surface, and there are storm reports coming in on this, but storm reports in which we cannot monitor. So good news is not on the ground, not getting reported on the ground, but definitely worth being in your safe spots. I mean, regardless, without the tornado warning, we're still dealing with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So still a pretty strong storm. $60 knot lower level jet? I don't think so, no. I'm not sure if there's like what is this? Oh, it's NATO cast. I need to get StormNet on here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think the jet was that strong. It initiated off the dry line. I mean, it had to have been decently strong to get an EF4. I'd have to look at the meso analysis again. We weren't really monitoring meso analysis that closely. I feel like it was more into a 40-mile-per-hour jet. Is Fort Smith's radar the best at this point? Yeah, I think it's the closest. Like just a little bit. Broad circulation still in our tornado warning, making its way down into Adele at the moment. Saw a recent video of the storm in Pittsburgh. Definitely has a cinnamon bun look. Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. A storm near Wapakoneta. It looks like that hail threat's still continuing. Watch out there in Wapakoneta. Sorry, not Wapakoneta. Wapakoneta and Tushka. Still up to tennis ball sized hail. So still a pretty dangerous storm. Or a very dangerous storm. So, and that hail is significant. It is big enough to potentially hurt or kill something, whether it's an animal or a human or an insect. So definitely keep your eye on this storm and continue to be, away from those windows as it comes through. You definitely don't want to be near a window. That hail can come through your window pretty easily. Do you hear a metronome? No, it's music. There's music on the background. Yeah, there was a scatter spike, yeah. Right there. Indicating some large hail. All right, latest scan has come in on a tornado warning. Still broad circulation in the mid-levels. Also got another area of rotation developing over here near Enid, Oklahoma. Yeah, no rhythm. No def, that's amazing. No doubt all the technology saved them. Yeah, I mean, the good news is that for most of its life, it did not hit like anybody. It was in the field for most of its life, and it did go through a neighborhood though. And that's where a lot of our damage happened with the storm. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you had me, all the other guys live. You had probably local news was live on it. I know News 9 did some really good coverage on it. So yeah, you got a lot of storm chasers. Daniel Shaw was literally right next to it. So if someone lived in that area, they could have seen the exact road that it was on. So, I mean, everybody came together and, you know, that is impressive, I will say. Even though it hit a pretty low populated area, it did hit houses. So it seems like those guys got the warning. And it's hard to reach those people. So all in all, even though it was a really strong tornado, a positive outcome with no deaths. Probably a lot of trauma though, if I had to guess. And then this is that storm near Wapanuka with that tennis ball sized hail.
Look at that scatter spike. Goodness.
Yeah. There's some big hail up in here.
And they just upgraded this storm to 3-inch hail. I think that's apple-sized hail. I'm not sure, but it kind of seems like Pagey Tornado and Bryce are about to drive right into it. Which is why we're watching their screen. Could potentially be about to see what 3-inch hail can do to a car, which I have a feeling this windshield will not survive.
See a little hail right here. Oh no, I just saw at least tennis ball fall out of the sky.
Uh-oh. Get ready. Yeah. I'll turn their audio up just a tad so you guys can really get the ear experience of very large hail. And again, this large hail is going to come towards Wapanuka, or not Wapanuka, Wilson. It's already in Wapanuka.
This is gonna be some solid hail.
Yep, they are driving straight into the large, very large and significant hail here. So here we go. Buckle in. Oh. Oh. Oh, wow, you got leaves on the ground because the hail is ripping the leaves off the trees. I'm not sure if they've been hit by a big hailstone yet. They're definitely getting hit by something. But I mean, you'd know. You're gonna hear a tsh if they get hit by one of those apples. Hey, look at all those leaves flying because of all the hail. Yeah, a lot of times when storm chasers drive into these hailstorms, you know, it smells like leaves because of all the tree damage that this hail can also cause. Oh, they'll be fine. This isn't their first rodeo. And so far, they haven't been smacked by the big stuff yet, I don't think. Because their windshield is still there. You know, when you get apple-sized hail, that hail can not only crack a windshield, it can just go straight through it. You'll end up with a big old hailstone on your lap if you're not careful. Oh yeah, look at the grass with those hailstones bouncing. Golly. Oh my goodness. That little hailstorm on the bottom right looked big. I couldn't tell. It's like a perspective thing. I'm not seeing any big ones. There's definitely like some golf balls in there. I think I've seen maybe a 1-2 inch stone. Look at all the hail jumping in the grass over there. Looks like a bunch of grasshoppers. A bunch of hail bunnies.
We might have to go up there and search for some big ones.
Oh.
Wow. Look at all these big hail pieces on the...
Florida, Mississippi just got warned. All right. Good job, help. Yeah, that's definitely severe there. Probably another severe storm south of Florence, too. We're getting close to it. Yeah, south of Florence, they're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning, and maybe over there near Pelahatchie, Mississippi, too. Are they outside? Oh, no, he rolled down his window. Why did he do that? Well, there's an example of what not to do. Don't roll your window down in a big old hailstorm. Oh, yeah, there's definitely some 2 inchers in there.
Look at this gaggle of tennis balls.
Yeah.
Oh, they're saying those are tennis balls. Wow. A gaggle. Gaggle of tennis balls. Well, their windshield survived, so they didn't get hit by no apple-sized hail, but there's just some big hailstones in there. Maybe they're not. Why is their thermometer say negative 42 degrees? Did it get hit by some hail?
Wow, it is everywhere. Dang.
Oh, sirens. Likely for that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That does
A
happen.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Yeah, still warned for 3-inch hail. We haven't seen any of that yet. And they were just like directly in the hail core. But I'm sure there's some 3-inch hailstones in there. Latest scans over here, our mid-level circulation is gone on this storm. So it looks like there's a potential that we might get this tornado warning to expire. But this storm does have some hail inside of it and some damaging winds of up to 70 miles per hour. So it's still a dangerous storm. So I would definitely be indoors and away from windows. Are they going outside? What? Oh, no, that's Patrick. Sorry. I was like, I got confused. Yeah, that's the latest there. I do want to check back over there in Indiana. Check back in on this severe thunderstorm. Oh, yeah, that thing's fizzling. Yeah, mainly just some rain and thunderstorms coming for western Ohio. Guys, I'm starting to get hungry. If I make some food, it's going to take about 5 minutes. I'm going to make some Evan fried rice, which really isn't fried rice. Oh, look at that structure over there on Patrick Panita's stream on YouTube. A little bit of structure poking through the rain.
Rotating, guys. Do you see that?
Do we have a time yet on Mother Nature's tantrums? What do you mean by that? Christine. Don't you dare get that storm stuck in my head. No, it's okay. I have bananas to balance out the sodium. I'm a banana eater now. Getting in touch with my ancestors. Look at that. This storm's got what looks like a pretty decent hail core on it. 1.75 inch hail on that, but it might be a little bit bigger than that. Watch out over there near Yeager, Oklahoma. Yeah, storms are continuing to go up over here near Tushamingo. We actually got a 1-inch hail report, so we're probably Gonna see a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm soon. Is there not already one on there? Let me do a refresh. Yeah, not one on there.
A
Oh,
severe thunderstorm
never mind.
warning has
There it
been
is.
issued for these areas.
So yeah, if you live in Millburn, over there near Kennefik, I would be indoors and away from windows. Some 1 channel 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible, and it's definitely possible that that could increase again. Let's check back in with Tornado Pagey and Bryce. It looks like they're driving right back into that hail core again. DoorDash. I don't want to waste money on DoorDash today, unless y'all are buying. I'm going to be pretty financially tight with my money. Probably for this whole next month or two. Just because I have PTSD of being poor. Is that Patrick Pineda? Yeah, a second ago, yeah. But this right here, this is Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton. They're in Wapanuka, driving back into the hail core. Apparently, this storm is warned for 3-inch hail. They're trying to find it. And again, apple-sized hail could be in here. Cassie, did you eat your food? Oh, you've got a poopy butt. Hold on. 1 second. A little bit more hail there. By the way, that tornado warning has expired in Oklahoma, by the way. So we're back down to 0 tornado warnings. Oh yeah, yeah, they inflate their prices on, and I swear the food is smaller on DoorDash too. I think there was a new severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern Arkansas. These storms are trying to get going over here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
With 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. These are well north of that outflow boundary, though, but they will definitely still have a hail threat back over here. Also, this storm over here near Weowoka, not going to be tornadic, but it did get an upgrade to tennis ball sized hail. So if you live over there near Jaeger, you guys need to be indoors and away from windows, as that has significant hail. That's going to cause a decent amount of damage as that comes through the area. So make sure that you guys are away from those windows and try to get your car inside if you got time, and make sure your pets, probably prioritize that your pets are indoors over everything. Oh, another interesting view here from Patrick Pineda. Patrick Pinata. This is near Atoka, Oklahoma.
There it is.
This is the outside view of that storm warned for 3-inch hail.
Look at that. All right, what we're gonna do to make this easy for you guys to see. Max anticipated tornado intensity today is going to be EF2.
Still early, and these storms are angry. Yeah, they are becoming quite messy and linear. It's going to be harder for tornadoes to form, but still technically not impossible.
Keep your eyes peeled.
I am going to use this time to make some food. So if you guys could give me like 5 minutes. Let me make some food. I'll do a broad scale view here while I do that. If you guys can just be patient with me. Actually, well, let's just watch Pagey Tornado while I make food. As they are doing some fun stuff. I'll be right back.
p.m. Sorry, 9 p.m. Central. And this severe thunderstorm warning that we are in right now is warned for 10 egg size hail. We did just have a couple tennis balls just a tidbit ago, if you're just joining us.
Southern one or you want to go east?
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Wow, this is actually pretty big town.
That. All right. Yeah. Got some eggs and rice and soy sauce with some chicken and about a nooner. That is what is for lunch. That's Evan fried rice. Put the eggs in the microwave. But I got a way about it where it works really well.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings while I was gone, like this one over here in Arkansas, near Mena, Arkansas, near Dallas Nunley Board Camp. Be for 1 inch hail, primarily. Not too big of a wind on that. This storm over here in south of Clayton is now warned for 1 inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds as that pushes down to the south and east. And then this one over here near Arkansas, we're still watching out for a little area of rotation actually developing on this storm. Just to the south of Spring Hill. Outflow boundaries to its south, though. I don't think this is going to become tornadic, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case. That is the latest out there. How's everybody doing? I'm going to hide my video capture device here so I can eat in peace. Hello, hello, hello.
Jasmine Black donated $100.
What?
Why do melons have weddings? They cantaloupe.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Did you really spend $100 to say that? Thank you so much, Deborah, for that $100 donation. That is my kind of corny joke. So thank you so much for that laugh. We needed a good laugh. It's been a stressful day and a half. Thank you so much, Deborah. They cantaloupe, guys. I don't think I've heard that one before. Oh boy. This is definitely the best community in the weather community. Hands down. We might be small, but we are mighty with our corny dad jokes. Oh, man. Again, thank you so much for that $100 donation. That officially puts us over 31% to our $3,000 monthly goal. So thank you guys so much. We're getting there. I think it's possible. Aw. We love you too, Deborah. Let's see, what's our biggest storm right now? What we got going on out here? 2-inch hailer back over here near Tushka. 2-inch hails just the south and east of Tushka. That's a significant severe thunderstorm warning. So they did downgrade this. That was 3-inch hail. So technically good news. And that's it. That storm. Where's that 70 mile per hour? And then this storm. These are our 2 strongest storms right now. And honestly, not too bad. So we got Cannon Colton, who I guess has decided he wants a taste of the hail. I appreciate that. French, are you like from France? Are you from Quebec, Canada? Vive la France. Okay, no hail. I thought there was going to be hail. His camera was shaking around a lot, so I thought that meant there was hail bouncing off his windshield. I like France. You guys stand up for what you believe in there. When y'all aren't happy, you let the government know. I love that. And you have good cheese, good wine. I'd love to go to France. And really cool buildings. Oh yes, and the baguette. Apparently that's not how you say it. How do you say baguette? Apparently Americans say it wrong. Thunder is starting to rumble in smack over. Yes, you got a storm nearby you, just to your south. That's going to be coming pretty close to you. Might miss you, though. bow out and become severe. Brandon, Mississippi. Oh yeah. Now this up here. Definitely some stronger winds north of Brandon, Mississippi, heading up into New Fanning, Goshen Springs, and Pisgah. Thank you, Helpfort. You see they got a Boeing segment and some stronger winds right in there, right over that Route 25. So maybe some hail in there north of Langford as well. How come we never get these? You know, I want a severe storm. I know you're not supposed to wish for that kind of stuff, but it's been so dry and boring weather-wise in northern Alabama. I want a major hailer. At least 1.5-inch hail. One, because I need something to convince me to change my windshield. It still has that crack in it. Bon appetit. You haven't heard what I'm eating. I'm eating, so essentially, I got truffle butter. And you can get it for like $2.99 from Walmart. And actually, I think it has real truffles in it. It's small, but you don't need to use a lot to get a little bit of an extra flavor. I just love the flavor of truffle. Just better than butter. But yeah, you put eggs with a little bit of butter into a bowl and you put it in for 30 seconds. Then you stir it, put it back in for 30 seconds. Stir it, put it back in for 30 seconds. Stir it, should be done. Put that to the side. Throw in some microwavable rice, that 90-second rice, jasmine rice, perfect. Get that nice and hot and steamy. Then you throw the truffle butter into the rice with some soy sauce and you mix it up. Then after you do that, and it all melts, throw it in with the eggs, with the soy sauce. If it's still a little not salty enough, add a little bit of extra salt. And then I threw a part of like rotisserie chicken in the microwave. And that's my broke man's fried rice and chicken. Never heard of this dish before? There's probably a reason for that. Can't really imagine many people ordering this from a fast food restaurant. These storms are starting to get into quite the radar hole here. They are starting to develop some rotation, but it's kind of a similar situation as what happened earlier when we had that tornado report, which is got some storms, they're far away from the radar, and they're hard to see what's happening near the surface. But we do have a storm chaser near one of these storms, and it is starting to develop some pretty interesting structure on it. Look at the storm. Storm chaser Patrick Pineda.
All right.
I see you begging, Chazzy.
Mesocyclone and the supercell are functionally the same thing.
Sounds actually pretty good. It is good. Like, you would think if you put eggs in the microwave, they're gonna get all styrofoamy, but if you, that's like the whole trick of taking out for 30 seconds, letting it cool a little bit, stirring it, and then putting it back in. It keeps it nice and fluffy, and it tastes honestly just like you cooked eggs on a pan, except minus the cleanup. But it's all right. It's good enough for a meal, honestly.
Look at that.
Better than ordering Uber and getting cold food that tastes a little bit mediocre. Yeah, great view here from Patrick Pineda. Thank you for sharing, Patrick. As you look out, I'll run you over with my chair. That's the latest there.
A considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Oh, it's this one. Yeah, we just got an extension on this severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail over there near Boswell and Soper. That is in Oklahoma. So watch out over there. We should get more severe thunderstorm warnings to fear that in.
Warning has been issued for these areas.
We have fast foods in France, but it's tacos, burgers, wraps. But if I ever go to the US, I will try some typical American diets. Well, you know, tacos, burgers, that's pretty much the typical American diet. You're kind of already doing it. Barbecue, although that's not like the American style barbecue. Really good. Yeah, I guess, didn't the French invent burgers? I know it's some European country. It wasn't the United States. Because technically burgers aren't an American cuisine, even though it really is a staple of a American diet. They're not American, but we eat tacos a lot. So we've kind of assimilated it into our culture by quite a bit. It's not, but I'll tell you right now, those aren't Mexican tacos. They're American tacos. If you go to Mexico and order a taco, it's not going to taste like the tacos you get in America. I'll tell you that. So it is technically American. At least the tacos that we eat majority over here. I mean, man, the tacos in Mexico I've heard are so good. Made with love, the fresh corn tortillas. Yeah, brisket is good. It's about as American you can get. Just getting some brisket. Some of that red, white, and blue brisket. Ain't gonna be like Taco Bell? No. French butter is so much better than standard American butter. Is it really? I know a lot of American food is like heavily processed. In other countries, especially in Europe, they have a lot different like regulations on that. And so a lot of their stuff is a lot fresher with a lot less preservatives, and it tastes more like the real thing. That might be a downburst.
We're gonna move a little bit further south so we can get on the hook of this storm.
This might be a downburst over here in north of Brandon, Mississippi. And this back over here is looking like a pretty interesting storm. We'll help just call this out. This is a broad area of circulation, but really is. It's some strong winds. Pushing, I mean, really came out of nowhere. So watch out over there south of Philadelphia in Mississippi, headed towards DeKalb as well. That's a pretty strong storm. Winds are probably in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range if that radar is somewhat accurate. Seems like all you do is eat and sleep these days. Nothing in between. You're here. That's not eating and sleeping. Although you're technically watching me eat. Steak, potatoes, steak, potatoes, and chicken fried steak. Chicken fried steak, that's uniquely American. But like steak and potatoes, I mean, that's worldwide. Crawfish? Yeah, you could argue crawfish might be a little bit more American. Like, seafood is obviously global, but a Cajun seafood boil, that's American.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. That's over here near Canificato, Armstrong, and Boca Chico for some tennis ball sized hail. Watch out. That's a big hailstorm. It's going to go very close to, if not over, Durant, Oklahoma. So watch out. Towards Bonham, Texas. These storms are to your north. We were expecting maybe a chance for some thunderstorms to fire near Fort Worth, but that hasn't happened yet. And these ones will likely miss you to the north. We could get some more. This line extend a little bit further to the south. It is technically possible. That's why we do have a tornado watch here, but it's not a guarantee. American cheese. There you go. What makes American cheese American? Does anybody know? Is it even cheese? Like, are we sure it's cheese? Ballpark Franks? No. Franks are a German thing. We definitely have some rotations on these storms right now. Definitely some broad circulations. Just north of Durant. It's just so far away from the radar. Let me check this radar. Was it mid-level circulations for sure? Yeah, this one's not seeing that. Check the Fort Smith one. Yeah, not as crazy on those radars. This one's a little bit closer. But definitely some mid-level circulations in this storm. They might have no option but to warn that. What happened to Paige's view here? Is this a me problem or a them problem? Oh, that's a them problem. That sucks. Hate that for them. Eels? No, they eat pretty much. I think they eat eels in like the what is it? With the chain of islands, it is like Indonesia and all those areas. They're like called something. They eat bugs over there too. Kraft yellow cheese is the worst. It just doesn't taste like cheese. Also, there's a decent amount of the Parmesan cheese that's not real Parmesan, by the way. And we still have very dangerous storms here near Kefenich and Cato. Again, we're talking about tennis ball sized hail. Definitely strong enough to do a decent amount of damage to Cato and Boca Chico. You guys need to be preparing for that storm, getting your cars and pets indoors. And this one further up to the north has some mid-level circulation in it. Might get a tornado warning on that just because they might have to. Boswell and Super. We do have a view on this storm. And that's the view that keeps coming in on Patrick's feed. It keeps coming in and out, but next time he stops and has good service, we'll check it out. It's a little uncertain, but I do think that strong tornadoes could definitely be in the realm of possibilities for Monday. We'll have to see, though. I would say we're just not in the range to really talk about failure modes for that day yet. Oh. Donations to help the Starlink fund. That's a good place to put a donation for that. Right when the service goes out. I got Starlink I could give to Patrick. I have a Starlink I just don't use. Although I've kind of abused it. Well, there's a nice clear view of the storm. Look at that.
It's coming.
It's near Boswell, Oklahoma. The storm is warned for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, the cells are merging right now.
Wow. Oh, look at that. Big old hail core back there.
Yeah, after 7 p.m., our chances of seeing a tornado are going to fall off pretty substantially.
Oh, big old thunderbolt. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo Figaro. I'm just a poor boy, nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life for this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go, will you let me go? We will not, no, will not let you go. Let me go. Man, that's a storm. Patrick's been on it today, man. He's been getting all the views. I like his form of chasing. He likes to stay like near the beautiful parts of the storm. I have a song that I've been working on, getting my voice good enough to sing. I've written it and I got the melody. Hopefully, because I've been working on my voice. It's kind of hard to do it though when you're doing severe weather coverage because you don't want to like strain your voice out too much. So,
what a pretty storm, guys. I don't know if you can hear it, but this storm's ripping. You can hear this. You can just hear it going. All right, we're gonna just keep going south. Wow, look at that thing.
I mean, I've been watching it try to do the comma thing. It looks like it looks like the southern storm is
Doing better.
yeah.
It does look a little bit elevated, but
Yeah, I was just about to back out of here. Okay. Oh no worries. I was just about to head down that road, or down that way. What's up? Oh no, you're good. That dead end sign over there makes for a great photo, by the way.
He's smart, man. I want to see that photo. Everybody go into his chat and beg for that photo. I want to see that. He's right about that.
There's still another storm chaser on the storm, I think. I mean, there's a couple I've seen out here, but
Pretty cool.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Yeah, there's still a decent amount of mid-level circulation on this storm. The interesting thing, though, about these two storms is I'm wondering, based on this storm's presentation, if this is also elevated, because that storm over there looks elevated to me. A little bit of a flat, not really looking like a very surface-based storm. New severe thunderstorm warning is back over here for wind and hail 60-mile-per-hour winds as the storm travels down to the south and east towards McCurtain County Wilderness area. I've already used AI to do that. I sang into it And then, because I wanted to see what it sounded like if it was professional, but and it blew my mind, honestly. Music is dead. AI is taking over. Don't even try. It blew my friggin' mind. Oh gosh. That is loud. I'll let y'all listen to the AI version. But I'm hoping to be able to, I have my own little way that I want to do it and vibe to it. This is like a punk rock version. It's not rap, no.
Life feels empty, even though we're told it's full, but it's full of lies every time I fall for you. The truth is I could scream till my face turns blue, but my words fall like pins dropping in an empty room. Echoes, echo, echoes, mountains of the walls, no one here to talk alone, 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 slowly falling off, wondering if it's all for nothing.
Is this it?
I honestly don't know if the world
I'm not sure if that's the one I like the most.
spin around the brightest star just to hide in the shadows. Is there anything more lonely than the last leaf in fall? Do you think it thinks it'd be better to join the pile? All these questions buried in my head, I think I'm getting utterly exhausted. My heart is icicles dripping in the snow. Will you be my fire or the only thing I've known? Don't let them win, let me in. I'm cold, a broken man who cannot fix his soul. We lock eyes, but then you look away, distracted by the noise of all the pain. A desert love afraid of pouring rain. I could be a thunderstorm, I promise you won't wash away. Echoes to the walls, no one here to talk alone, 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 slowly falling off, wondering if it's all for nothing. Echoes to the walls, no one here to talk alone.
Bro, how is that AI? That is nuts. We're screwed, man. All musicians just screwed, man. That's AI, yeah. Well, to be fair, I wrote those lyrics. I sang the melody into it.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued
But
for
like,
these areas.
yeah, the voice, like the voice choice was its choice. The music choice was technically my suggestion. I wanted to hear it in a rock version. That's not my voice, no. I wish it was. I'm gonna get my voice there, don't worry. But I was just interested to see like what it could do with it. And when I put that in and it spit that out, I like lost all hope for everybody in the music industry all at once. I was like, oh my gosh, this actually slaps. Like I could see that being played on the radio. Like if that played on the radio, I wouldn't have known. Which made me start thinking like how many songs on the radio are now AI? There's no way to tell that that's AI.
Look over there. We got a lowering.
Like if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't have known. But yeah. That the lyrics of that song, that's what I'm working on. That's the song I'm going to release eventually. It's not gonna be like that. It's probably gonna be more of like a chiller vibe. But I was a big fan of 3 Days Grace back in the day, so I wanted to see what it would sound like in that kind of thing. Oh, you're the singer in that song. Okay. or not. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't have known. Okay, we'll play one more version of it. I think this would be, I'm trying to remember which one it was I really liked. Oh yeah, it's this one. This is somewhere along the line where I would go with it. Somewhere along the line of something like this.
Even though we're told it's full, but it's full of lies. Every time I fall for you, the truth is I could scream till my face turns blue, but my words fall like pins dropping in an empty room. Echoes, echo, echoes, bounces of the walls. No,
Definitely not like this type of chorus. I feel like this is too mainstream.
wondering if it's all for nothing.
This will probably be the main line.
If the world has any hope, spinning around the brightest stars just to hide in the shadows. Is there anything more lonely than the last leaf in fall?
Like something.
Do you think it thinks that it
Like this is closer to what I want to do, but it's probably going to be more like a lo-fi type vibe. But I really like the yeah, it seems too stereotypical. Yeah, that's all this thing spits out though. You literally can't do it, and you can't get it to do anything that's like not like that, where like it sounds like, you know, like it sounds like somebody that you know that's talked about, but you never listen to them type music. Suno app is better. That is the Suno app. That sounds like a legit song. That's what I'm saying, man. Like I like it because I can see what it would be like if my lyrics were in a song. But I hate it in the fact that it's so dang good. Like, everything gets like that. Dude, none of our streamers have good feeds right now. What has happened? What has happened to all of our storm chasers? Oh, no, I'm not going to use AI. That was just me messing around. Like, but I am currently in the process of getting my voice back to where I can sing a song like that. I used to be a pretty talented singer back in the day, and I'm slowly getting it back. Slowly but surely. Okay, one streamer is back. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. We're screwed. Must be, this is a very rural part of Oklahoma, so it's not surprising that pretty much any chaser in here probably is lacking cell phone service. Cell phone service is a really good way to understand also the same kind of thought process and why there's no radars in this area is because the government doesn't care about poor people. And that's all you need to know. They give you not good cell phone service because they're like, there's not enough people there to pay for it. Screw them. There's no radars. Barely any good stores. But you know that, I think that though is the reason why when you go to some of these smaller towns, you can find such unique food that like you probably would have never tasted it like that in like a major city or like a main chain restaurant. Like some of the best burgers I've had was chasing and pulling over into a town I've never heard of. Talking about this one or this one? Help. This one is close to the end of the severe thunderstorm warning, so I do think you're probably talking about this one. And yeah, definitely some stronger winds in there. Might still have some severe potential to it. All right, see you later, Cottage. Yeah, Paige's stream is coming in photos. I'll be a Pop-Tart. What? It's the Haler near Forest. Oh, so that's this one. Where is Forest? Hey, there's Forest. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. Do they actually have a severe warning for this one? I don't think there's a severe warning for the storm. I think this severe thunderstorm warning was issued for this storm, not this storm. So I don't even think there's a severe thunderstorm warning. They need to put one on there. Got me on some karaoke. That'd be fun. Like a member only stream where we do karaoke in the Discord. I'm actually super down for that. In corn style? What's in corn style? It was issued for both? I guess, but it's confusing to me when they do that. And I guess that makes sense, but I would like this to have its own severe warning. But yeah, they'll probably extend it then, if that's the case. Yeah, still got some very dangerous hail on this storm. Just went through Caddo, is now heading towards Boca Chico over there in Oklahoma. This one still has some significant hail on it as well, heading down to the south and east towards Soper. That 2-inch hail can do a decent amount of damage. This storm, which had 70-mile-per-hour winds, has now been downgraded to 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Korn the band. There's a band named Korn. Well, we've seen it all.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Okay, CJ still has service. Let's get a chaser up that has service. We have something else to look at. Jeez. I don't even know how CJ has service. Never heard of corn. I mean, I've heard of corn. I eat it all the time. I probably heard their music before. I'm just not good at remembering like band names or song names. I can't tell you how many times people have been like, have like come up to me and been like, hey, you heard this song before? I'm like, no, I don't think so. And then they play it. I'm like, oh, yeah. Get down with the sickness. Is that Corn? I've heard that song. I like that song a lot. Oh, that's Disturbed. Freak on a Leash is apparently one of their songs. Freak on a Leash. I'm going to listen to it in the background. Hopefully you guys can't hear it.
Something lost and never seen. Every time I start to belay all this pain, I try to every night.
You can hear it? How How do you hear it? All the audio is muted. It's impossible. The heck? Where is that coming through? Whatever. Rip. Well, we only played it for like 5 seconds. Embarrassing. Sorry about that. I apologize to the Korn band. I literally thought I muted muted the desktop audio. I muted the music audio. Where was that coming through? Whatever. I feel like I've heard that song before, maybe. That song is intense, man. I would never. That would like send people into a panic attack during a tornado warning. Imagine that playing. Look at a little severe thunderstorm warning over here in Arkansas near Bodtal. We do have thunderstorms entering into western Arkansas right now, but they all have special weather statements on them right now. You have to play Tony Hawk's, right? What? Yeah, Tony Hawk game was awesome. I played that like crazy. Tony Hawk was like the coolest dude in the 90s, bro. He did a 900. I mean, he legitimately did a 900. Like back in the day, that was crazy. Like nowadays, people are doing like 1600s and like no one bats an eye. It's barely talked about. But when Tony Hawk did that 900, man, that was the 900 seen across the world. And then you had Dave Mirra. Y'all remember Dave Mirra? Did a double backflip. Did y'all ever play that BMX game? Travis Pastrana, yep. Bam Margera, oh my gosh. The dude was nuts. Tony Hawk is still cool. Yeah, he is, for sure. Does he still like skate and stuff? I'm sure he does. People like that just don't stop. They do that stuff forever. And there's like no dangerous rotations right now. We're mainly dealing with this damaging hail. They did downgrade this severe thunderstorm warning to 2-inch hail, but still some pretty dangerous hail heading into Boca Chico. Any tornadoes today? I think we've had a couple tornado reports. Don't think we've had any tornado report. Well, we had one tornado report in Oklahoma and maybe a couple of tornadoes in Indiana, but none of those have been confirmed yet. Yeah, dog, he skates. Idiot. How did you not think that Tony Hawk still skates? Isn't he like 60 years old? How old is Tony Hawk? $57 years old. He's still young enough to skate. But man, once you get in your 60s and 70s, one fall, and that could be it. Especially like a skate fall. Man, yeah, these winds are still pretty strong south of Philadelphia, Mississippi. Next in line is going to be DeKalb. I think they upgraded this, yeah, to 70-mile-per-hour winds, so watch out. There in DeKalb, Mississippi could get a little dicey, although the main portion of it kind of looks like it might go to your north. Yeah. Might barely get scraped by it, but the strongest winds are definitely just south of Philadelphia. Yeah, I've dropped it on a half pipe before. I've done a kickflip before. I've grinded, but I was mainly a rollerblader back in the day. I did a 720 on rollerblades, and I also used to drop in on a 12-foot half pipe on rollerblades. It was a lot easier than skateboard, to be fair. There's a cool skate park in called in Potomac Mills Mall. I used to go there like all the time when I was younger. Barely stand on a skateboard. It's hard. But it's one of those things, it's an acquired feeling. You know, once you stand on a skateboard long enough, it doesn't feel as shaky and just rickety. Man, these storms are like so far away from any radar right now. Like you can just barely tell what's happening inside of them. Potomac Mills is crazy. Why is that? Kid, use your four-wheeler to get all the wood from job sites. I used to do flips on rollerblades. We had video footage back then. BMX and skateboarded. Yeah, I mean, that's like my little brother was a skateboarder. My older brother tried skateboarding, but he didn't really like it that much. But my little brother had his little skateboard posse. Like, it was so, man, I miss the 90s, bro. I think the 90s babies grew up in a good time. Can you imagine being born in 2010 though? You have your TikTok homies. all right. The real talk though. If you are of the Gen Z or younger, the heck do y'all do for fun? Do y'all still go outside? Or do y'all just like message each other on Discord and act like you're real friends? Okay, they do go outside. We can confirm. That's good news. Good news. Do y'all have like little skateboard? Like, how often do y'all go outside? You can't get them out the house? Dang. Busy TikToking. Dude, TikToking is so bad for the brain. Holy moly. It is so bad. I feel bad for that generation though. I'd do the same thing if I was them. Like, you think you want to go to college, but then like you hear AI is about to take over everything, and then you're just like, well, what's the point? And then you just start swiping on TikTok.
A severe thunderstorm.
Then you can find true happiness.
Issued for these areas.
Okay, they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning into Bennington, and that's going to be for 1.75 inch hail. So they did downgrade that again. So our hail threat is diminishing a bit. It's not really laziness, in my opinion. It's bad parenting. Studies have been out about short form content for a good amount of time now. What it does and why it makes somebody lazy, it can happen to anybody. By the way, it's not just the younger generation that suffers from this. I have some of my mom's relatives are like heavy on TikTok, and what it does is it essentially, I'll take this off. It essentially, so their prefrontal cortex is responsible for making decisions and doing executive action. So executive action is as simple as you know, I want to grab this vape. And I grabbed it. That's the prefrontal cortex that initiates that action. So what TikTok is it's reactive. So you're basically, the only executive thing is you're moving your finger 1 inch. And you're getting an endless stream of dopamine and quote unquote reward from scrolling on TikTok. And what that does over time is it turns it atrophies your prefrontal cortex because you're not doing anything executive. You're scrolling endlessly and the algorithm is choosing what you watch. You never choose. You're not searching for any content. You're just letting something else dictate your enjoyment and your happiness. And your thoughts, by the way, because you are influenced by the environment that you are in. And so if you do it for long enough, because your prefrontal cortex atrophies, it destroys your ability to hold conversations, hold eye contact, think for yourself, do anything for yourself. You will pass up many activities because you will go on TikTok and then before you know it, 4 hours has passed. And then that 4 hours, you could have been doing something, you know, different, something that you actually wanted to do. And now you'll hear people say that use TikToks that are heavily addicted to it. They'll sound exactly like a drug addict and they'll be like, well, this is what I want to do, but it's not. Nothing about TikTok is what you want. Not a single thing. It is only suggesting for you to think. It is controlling how you think, and you only like the things on TikTok because they give you little hits of dopamine. But if you would stop for 7 days or even 3 days, go through the withdrawals. By the way, you will get withdrawals. I got withdrawals and I just doom scroll on X. If you quit that stuff and then you look back at yourself, you'll be like, holy crap. I wasn't lazy. I was trapped. I was an addict. Just the same thing as a drug addict. It's the exact same thing. And the only reason it's acceptable in our society is because everybody's doing it. And it's accepted as an okay thing to do, although it is extremely damaging to your prefrontal cortex, which you do need. And, you know, leaders have very prevalent prefrontal cortexes because they make a bunch of executive actions. When they think about something, they do it. That simple action is what the prefrontal cortex is for. And when you atrophy that, you're going to think that you want to do a bunch of things and you're going to think, wow, that'd be really cool if I could do that. But then you don't do it. And that's because your prefrontal cortex is atrophied. Now, some people are born with that naturally, like ADHD people. Prefrontal cortex is a little bit underdeveloped. And so that executive action is kind of hard and a lot of racing thoughts, but it makes it 10 times worse when you have ADHD and you're on TikTok. You know, you might feel satiated and you might feel quote unquote happy, but you're not happy. You're happy in the world that was created for you, not in the world that you want to create for yourself, which, geez. I'm so glad I quit social media, like the algorithm part of it. Like if I still use my devices and stuff, but when I'm going to do, when I only use it when I think now, I did this about 2 weeks ago because I was just tired of feeling that feeling, you know, that feeling of anxiety and weirdness you get after hours of doom scrolling. Like, you know, you're kind of become this little trapped animal in a cage. You know it deep down, but you can't stop because there's no reason to. You know, everybody around you's doing it. It seems acceptable and it gives you a little bit of happiness in a world that's, you know, honestly not that happy, which I totally understand. But yeah, I mean, it's extremely damaging. And so I stopped letting the algorithm dictate what I was going to do. And man, every time I get a phone call, it's not like what I used to be like heavily addicted because I have a lot of free time with this job, you know. Yeah, weather can get active and I can get very busy, but there's also like sometimes whole weeks and sometimes almost whole months where I'm not doing anything. And I used to fill a lot of that time with just endless scrolling on social media. So I was a heavy addict of social media. And yeah, like when my friends would call, I'd be doom scrolling while talking to them. And like I'd be half there but not really there. But nowadays when they call, it's like the most exciting thing because I'm not doing anything else, you know. So I'm like fully there when I call. So like my friendships have improved. I feel like I'm like mentally there more. You know, when I have an idea, instead of, you know, waiting for myself to stop scrolling, when I have the idea, I just immediately act on it. instead of just waiting, you know, until I feel like it, which will be never if I'm doom scrolling.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Willisville with this storm. A little interesting. Has a little bit of an inflow on it. I do still believe that that is north of our outflow boundary, so it should mainly still be a hailer, but so watch out over there in Willisville for some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, doom scrolling is so bad, bro. And then like I think it like really, like I like to get out every now and then and like go to the bars and stuff and go to concerts. And it's like back in the day, you just walk up to somebody and it was pretty cool. You know, you say hi, they would say hi, they would fill you out. And if they didn't like you, that'd be it. But nowadays it's just like everybody's just like so uptight, even about those first steps of getting to know somebody, which is just saying hi. And it's likely because they have an unrealistic view of who their, you know, potential partner should be.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning over there in Mississippi. Over there near DeKalb. Still got this strong storm of 70-mile-per-hour winds coming up, about to hit this airport over here, the John Williams Naval Field, and then gonna come pretty close to DeKalb. Hopefully it'll go north of you guys, but if it hits you, expect maybe some power outages. Man, look at this view.
Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Bars are terrible. Oh, they are. They're definitely terrible. But I like dancing. Reason why public school is good? Yeah, I mean, it's good to socialize. I mean, you don't need to go to public school in order to socialize, but man, you mix in like, I mean, is public school even beneficial anymore for socialization if most people, you know, are still have their heads in their phones even in school? I'd love for you to make a video on this. Well, I've already said my piece. I don't need to make a video or I'll get, 10,000 more comments of people being like, oh my gosh, you're doing something other than weather. Unsubscribed. F you. They're mean, man. Internet's mean. But I mean, this is the video. Those are my thoughts. And I would encourage you guys to at least try.
Warning has been issued for these areas.
Let me see the environment this storm is in. It's interesting me a little bit. It should be north of that outflow boundary, so it should mainly be a hailer, but I am curious what this environment is in Arkansas, because that is rotating a little bit. It's piquing my interest. Yeah, there's like barely any lower level shear there. It kind of seems like a 3 cape. It looks like the outflow boundary actually might be a little bit further to the north, as far as I can tell. Yeah, definitely a little bit further to the north. So, and this is in the warm sector. Very low, very weak shear. It's like one of those storms that might have a decent amount of vorticity around it. Nope, no vorticity, no 3 cape. Barely any instability. All parameters point to this not being able to be tornadic. It is interesting. Man, look at Patrick's view. Look at that thing. It's an updraft. Oops. Naked updraft. Boyga.
Guys, isn't that incredible? Look at that.
With the sunshine to the left.
That is so cool.
Especially that looks so much cooler in real life. Boyga. Can I read you a bedtime story? There once was a hailstone whose only dream was to become big and bad like its mom and dad. But then it ran into a problem. The supercell was rotating and the hailstorm got flung out. Lawton's got a little storm by you guys. Wow. Could eventually become severe. A lot of lightning over there near Lawton, but no severe storms near there. Wouldn't be surprised that eventually became severe.
So tall. That's crazy.
Well, in the end of the story is he melted. That's the end.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're losing into the rain. Oh yeah.
Yeah, looks like we're losing service there, but cool looking storm. Was a cool looking storm.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Who's T-Chap? I haven't been able to see T-Chap. Oh, I see them. They say, Evan, hold me. No. The storm is moving into Texas, though, just north of Paris, Texas. Really pushing in north of Paris, Texas, going to be going towards Blossom. Oops. Wrong thing. Sorry about that. Monticello, Mississippi warned. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a little severe storm over here near Monticello. Probably did help call that. Yeah, he called it. Help is on it, man. He's always looking for those sneaky severe storms. So watch over there near Monticello, Silver Creek, and New Hebron. Y'all calm down in chat. Be nice. Wow, look at CJ's view. We're getting those stormy sunsets. No, they'll be fine. I can tell you, one, there is actual severe withdrawals. And then there's a weird side effect with quitting the algorithm, social media algorithm, is you start thinking inward.
Welcome, welcome.
And that can get a little dicey depending on where you are in your life. Symptoms include immediate imposter syndrome. High anxiety too, like definitely higher anxiety than even when you were using social media, but all that fades, and after it fades you just feel there, you feel alive again. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow. Cap is an issue. Yeah, cap's gonna be an issue tomorrow. It's gonna be one of those what if days, and if happens and that happens type of day. But let's go back over the models for tomorrow. The NAM firestorms, but like way too far east. Still a decent little shear environment over there in eastern Oklahoma. It doesn't fire like anything tomorrow in Kansas. Maybe one storm there near Larned. Nam isn't really good at. I would say HRRR is still kind of king in this kind of stuff. Let me check the latest 18Z. The 0Z should come in soon. Yeah, it fires some storms up over there in northern Oklahoma, but then back down over here. This is the thing that we're gonna watch out for, is if these storms like this fire, there's like a little pseudo one front here, that could be an issue. A little bit of increased vorticity there with the temperature difference between the temperatures up to the north and the south. Could have maybe even a strong tornado threat. Could be very interesting there. It's gonna be one of those days where you likely have just a couple of tornadoes, but a couple of those tornadoes could be very strong if this is what happens, but we'll have to see. Wind shear isn't really that strong around these guys initially. It does pick up as they move to the south and east, but then they kind of go into a linear mode, so it'll have to be like pretty much almost immediately. It's possible. Gotta watch those storms. Wonder if the HRRR is in the range of Monday. Yeah, I don't think so. Still pretty far away. Let me turn off our wind barbs. The range of Sunday. Sunday has these storms convecting. Man, look at this triple point down over here in Oklahoma. Sheesh. What is the let me get the dew points on here. Surely that's a stout dry line. Oops, hold on, let me not really. In fact, there's a lot of moisture that actually wraps around this near like Hobart. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Man, yeah, 70 dew points streaming up into Oklahoma City. Sunday looks interesting. It's not, the HRRR is not quite in range, but decent little triple point there. Check out wind barbs. Not very strong lower level shear though. Strongest lower level shear, really not strong lower level shear kind of across the board for Sunday. Definitely could get severe storms over there in Nebraska. Wonder what the capping inversion looks like. Jeez, yeah, pretty stout capping inversion. It does kind of break over there near Oklahoma City and Purcell. So maybe we do get eventually some initiation there. Keep an eye on that on the models down there in Oklahoma. That looks interesting. Further up to the north, there might be a little bit of a tornado threat and hail threat up there for sure. But our most favorable environment is kind of down here, although the wind shear is a little weak. So probably majority large hailers. But if there's like a little warm front or something out over here, which there might be, something to latch on for these storms to latch onto, that could be an interesting day. Where's the risk? For Sunday, yeah, it's well up to the north. I might see that extend down a little bit further south if we actually see convection happening down there. New to this channel, but I like that he stays calm. Thank you. That is the whole point. And then, yeah, tomorrow we have an enhanced risk. I think the Rufus is probably, or Monday we have an enhanced risk, sorry. You see the Rufus is in range of that. Yeah, it's a lot of storms near the frontal boundary, but something like this we've got to watch out for. Like little prefrontal storms that fire out in front of the line, and just, you know, even along the line, if they're more discreet, definitely a more discreet mode down here. Definitely a possibility for some naders further up into Illinois, but I mean, our strongest wind shear is actually further up to the north on the Rufus model. Let me compare that to other models. Just when I compare the shear environment. This is the RGEM. This is the NAM. A little bit slower, not as much perpendicularity. Seems like the threat might be moving a little north, according to the Rufus, and then, yeah, still some disagreement though. Still some wondering, still some scratching of the heads. Still need more models to come in to compare and contrast. But I mean, the Rufus has a pretty potent environment, but I mean, when does it not? Even for the weaker setups, it always has a potent environment. That area near Paris, Texas, were to be over to NWS in Shreveport, they probably would have warned it. This one? Not really. Check from another. Oh. Is this the Shreveport radar? No. I mean, there is some rotation there, but it's mid-level rotation. It's hard to tell exactly, you know, what that would do, what that's doing near the surface. It wouldn't surprise me if we got a warning on one of these storms, just out of precaution. We'll get more models out. So Monday is still technically 4 days away. So, you know, Saturday and Sunday will be completely in range of our short range models tomorrow. And then by like late night tomorrow, we should have a little bit better of an understanding, but still probably a little bit cautious on the wording for Monday. And then, yeah, like Sunday is probably when we're going to have more answers for Monday. Oh, Shreveport warns a ton of side lobe. Okay. Does SPC ever go over 45% or 60% for tornadoes? I think 60% is the highest. We don't care about the SIG levels, 2BH. I'm used to the original system. Creates too much problems when it comes to days like yesterday. People slate them for it. Yeah, you know, it is interesting. I will say, having SIG days on like 2% and 5%, I wonder how the public reacts if they get desensitized to it, and then when you get a 10% hatched risk, it's not as important or doesn't feel as important. A cool view here from Patrick. See an updraft in the distance. I mean, I'm honestly not a huge fan of it, to be honest. I think they are overusing it a bit, but you know, they'll probably change it up a little bit. I think it's good if it's communicated correctly. It's just causes a lot of confusion because it's kind of a new system. So it's going to cause a lot of confusion, and it's going to take a little while for the public to get used to it. But, you know, to me, it's more about the forecast, what's the model saying, rather than what the SPC outlook is saying. So it's just kind of a guidance on who needs to be paying attention that day. And I think a lot of people in the public see it that way. So it's not that big of a deal. But so, like, yeah, those are kind of my thoughts. I think it can get a little bit annoying when they slap that SIG wrist on like literally everything. Yeah, I saw that earlier. There is a pretty decent boundary here. That is pretty cool. That's that cooler air slowly sinking down from the south from all those storms from last night. How's my dog? He's good. He's nice and healthy. Nice and healthy and happy. What's Paige looking at? That cloud's got motion.
Looky. Oh. You can actually see the sun out behind it.
Oh, wow.
Our cow friends have vacated.
Yeah, but you know, I hate having to message that a strong tornado could be possible when the forecast is so obvious that there's not going to be strong tornadoes. I get that it's an intensity thing. It's more of like, from my perspective, I just do not like having to mention the fact that strong tornadoes are possible on a day that is just not, where it's just not there. The models are just not there. So I don't really see the difference in my head between a SIG risk 2% and a SIG or a non-SIG 2%. In my head, the forecasts are quite similar for a lot of those risks.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
I do like that it's a thing for days like yesterday. I think yesterday was a great use of it. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Wow.
But look at that. Look at that pretty supercell, guys. Very pretty.
Very low precip updraft here.
That's what we're here to see. Absolutely gorgeous storm. That is a kind of a high-based.
Okay, you can turn off your windshield wipers now. It doesn't appear to be raining anymore. Ah! My ears!
At least EF15. At least EF15, I agree. The name of this car is the TIH.
I don't think new wipers will fix that. There's just no rain. Ah! I'm gonna turn this into our soundtrack. No more lo-fi music, just wiper noises.
It's an EF15 on the Richter scale. It's a category 15 on the Richter scale.
The heck? What is he talking about? Is he being funny?
Courtney, if you're still watching, that's on the latest radar suite.
It could be stronger than normal, but that's the thing. Like, they issue it on environments that don't support that.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Like, because you could make that argument about any storm. Like, oh yeah, if our models are wrong, you could have. Also, we have an areas of convergence here north of Broken Bow. Got to keep an eye on that. Not sure how legitimate that is, given the fact that we are 10,000 miles away from any new close radars, but. Wiper noises to study too. Now that's funny. Got a rainbow? Now they only showed it for like, that's the most interesting thing you can look at. Turn the camera back over there now. Do it. Do it. Show us the rainbow again. I missed it.
For a while because we took a trip to Narnia. So we are back.
Where's the rainbow? Why is the rainbow gone? Oh, man, we missed it. Oops. All right, little update over here. We now have tennis ball sized hail coming towards Paris, Texas. I have upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning, and now it is a very dangerous storm. This could cause a decent amount of damage over there in Paris, Texas. So please be indoors and away from windows. This is a strong storm, significant storm. Why are storm chasers so comically unaware of screeching wiper blades? Have you ever become nose blind? I appreciate that, Storm Ninjas. Thank you, thank you. Dixie Alley. All right, where are you from? I'm in northern Alabama. But you can also become ear blind to wiper noise. I've had it happen to me before. Barely even notice it. Man, I mean, come on now. Beautiful. You don't need a tornado. Dang it. If I just had a storm like that to look at all the time, I'd be a happy storm chaser. He did turn him off.
Yeah, there's a lot
ear
of
blind, do you mean deaf?
Right
no, ear blindness. It's not deafness. You can still hear. You just tune it out. Ear blindness.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of slow rotation on it, but that's I mean, that's most storms.
Like, have you ever been to like your friend's house and there's just like a smoke detector going off, but like not going off, but it makes that little beep noise and it seems to completely unaffect them, but it affects you to the fullest?
Oh shit! Okay.
Why is he cursing?
There's a storm firing off by Geronimo that looks very good. That storm looks exceptionally good, actually.
Near
Wait, Wichita
where?
Falls? That's actually where I need to get my motel for the night, because that's going to be where tomorrow's storm chase is going to happen.
There's no storm near Wichita Falls.
That's a 3-hour drive. The sun will be down by the time I get there.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
But that storm looks crazy.
What? Where's Geronimo? Oh, up there.
Yeah, that storm may very well
near
be producing a
Lawton.
tornado right now too.
What?
Okay, well maybe no Indian food for me.
Okay, this guy is. The guy's off of his rocker, bro. He's talking about these storms. What? We got a massive amount of side lobe contamination here. They might tornado warn that just because they have to. Or maybe there's like a storm chaser down there. Where's Tornado Pagey? They are near Bennington, Oklahoma. Wait, did we accidentally go back on their live stream? There we go. Ryoka. Oh, they ended their chase. Okay, well. Alrighty then. Be that way, fine.
Bill Chambers donated $35
Hey.
for Chicken Wings Fund.
Thank you, Bill Chambers. Thank you so much. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Bill Chambers, getting us one step closer to our donation goal. Sucks that warning was stuck there over that when it came in. We are now at 32%. We're almost to 50%. I think we'll get there soon. Thank you so much, Billy. Do they call you Bill or Billy or Bill? Do they call you Billy or Bill? When does the goal end? In 28 days. Believe it or not, this goal, it's a month goal, is supposed to be, but my chat has a tendency to try to overachieve, which I approve of. But still, we should slow down a bit. You know, what about how cool would it be if we had like we still had to make some and it was like a last minute rally. I'm just kidding. Y'all do whatever you want. I'm here for it. Okay, well, the very strong storm coming into Paris, Texas. They've been warned on that, but I mean, come on. I just love looking at this cloud.
What a pretty storm.
Y'all, have y'all ever had a storm outside your house like this before? I would just sit outside of my house and watch that for like an hour. Your eye doctor calls you Billy. There you go. So you're one of those kind of Bills.
A severe
A Bill that's uncertain of who he is. Is he Billy or is he Bill? Yeah, this is definitely a classic case of side lobe contamination here. Great learning experience. If we had a mesocyclone, I think it would be here, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Given the fact that we are 80,000 miles away from this storm with our radar, but still, if the radar is anywhere correct, this is side lobe contamination. Definitely a decent inflow, though. It'd be interesting to see what this storm looks like. Let me see if we have any cameras. I know we have a decent amount of cameras in Texas. There is one. Oh my gosh, there is a camera in Paris, Texas. We will put that here. This page he left us. I don't care. Okay, here's the Paris, Texas storm. God, we should really have the music over here. Let me bring the music over here since there's no sound on this camera. There's like never any sound on this camera. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is a storm chaser camera. Is the music louder than it usually is? No, wait, never mind. And we should theoretically get a pretty good view of this storm, at least at some point. Music is perfect level. Perfect. Thank you, Jackie, for the €2. Thank you so much. Storm over here near Lawton just got severe thunderstorm warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Geronimo. Ow. Is that a Buer? Is this what a Buer looks like on from 1,000 miles away from a storm with a radar? Might need a warning. Yeah, that could be tornadic near Paris. Watch out for that. I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at, given the fact that it's so far away, but that's a little area of some decent mid-level rotation. I'd be watching out for that storm in Paris. And it's showing up on that radar. Let's check Shreveport. Showing up on this radar too. I think that's a legitimate. Yeah, I think we got a viewer there. That might be some strong rotation. Just to the south, like north and west of Paris. So watch out there in Paris, Texas. We might be getting a warning here shortly. Although I can't say for certain given the fact that the radar is so far away, but I've never been more convinced of a storm in a radar hole to have a viewer. They're saying a watch is unlikely out over in Louisiana. That's our latest update from the SPC.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning back out over here in Mississippi. This is for Bay Springs for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Watch out over there. The storm over here near Crystal Springs might also be severe. So watch out there near Crystal Springs. Might have some quarter-sized hail in there. Okay, so the storm should be showing up over here in Crystal, Texas. I mean, near Paris, Texas. Let's see what it's about. Apparently it has tennis ball sized hail, so if Paris gets hit with the bulk of this, we should see it on this camera. This would also be close to that rotation as well. That's just rain wrapping around it. No debris on this, but definitely some strong mid-level rotation with what appears to be a viewer. I mean, it goes up into the upper tilts, or it did. Yeah, no debris on this. We won't be able to see debris. It's too far away from the radar. Unless it was like a really strong tornado. I think we're viewing this, yeah, from 15. We're viewing this storm from 15,000 feet above the surface. Tornado may be ongoing near Paris. Yeah, we're watching it. That's where this camera is. What makes you think that helped? Just the mid-level circulation? How do you spell that? It's what's more of an acronym. Oh no, wait, sorry. BEWR. Means bounded weak echo region. Basically happens when the inflow gets way up into the storm. It basically just means it has a very strong updraft is the best way to put it. it can be associated with some pretty intense thunderstorm activity. There's been a report of a private radar possibly confirming a tornado in Paris. Let me see if I can find any images on that. Yeah, apparently there is a radar, like a private radar near this, that is indicating that a tornado is ongoing. Our camera is located like right here, or it's located like pretty close to the direct path of this rotation, so we should be able to see something from this camera. There's no tornado warning on this storm. But if someone with a private freaking radar is confirming a tornado, they should definitely get that word out to the NWS. But hard to tell, you know, how reliable a private radar could be, depending on the technology. Because there's a lot of big hail in this storm. Again, the storm has tennis ball size hail, which will be quite damaging to anybody in Paris, Texas. So I'll be watching out. Yeah, this is not warned for a tornado at the moment, but we are hearing some rumbles and some rumors that a private radar has a debris signature, but I haven't seen anybody post a screenshot of it. The source is a very reliable source, though. And it would technically be near Taco, Texas. So it's actually not the area that this guy is saying the tornado would be located.
A thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Would be here. Near Taco, Texas. Not here. So if we had a radar further down to the ground, the updraft would get stretched a bit. So very possible that that could be a tornado there. Cannot tell with radar. We don't have any reports yet of a tornado on the ground, but this is very close to the storm, so we should be able to see something here. That was a weird flash on the left side of the screen, I will say. I guess that's lightning. It's a weird color. Could technically be power flashes. It doesn't seem like any of these cars are slowing down, so it must be lightning. Yeah, there's not enough wind. I doubt like a power flash from far away would show up on this camera. So that must be like lightning. Has to be. There'd be more wind, I feel like, if the tornado was about to barrel into this camera. We're watching. This is our only real eyes on the ground out here in Paris. And that rotation signature would be going into Western Paris right now. If that's on the ground, you know, I would say take shelter in Paris just in case, in Paris, Texas. Trying to find more info. Your neck of the woods of Arkansas. Yeah, we don't get big hail. Oh, man. That must be a lot of lightning. Like that one in particular seemed like a power flashy hue. Well, I don't know what that is. Reports of golf ball sized hail near Geronimo. Okay. What's the warning over there? It's warned for golf ball sized hail. Yeah, it's observed as well. And Geronimo needs to watch out near Walters, Oklahoma. You're going to be next in line. Oh, okay. And tennis ball sized hail should be moving into this area in Paris here shortly. And this tornadic circulation, if it's truly on the ground, is going to come very close to this camera. So we should be able to see something, whether it's an increased amount of wind, a lot of hail, or maybe even the tornado itself. We're not facing at the storm though, so we're facing away from it. This is kind of our only tell. I mean, radar is just not good enough to see anything happening. The only reason we're thinking that this is a tornado because a very credible radar analyst has says there's a private radar in Texas that has picked up a tornado debris signature with this storm. But to be clear, this storm is not tornado warned. Yeah, I think that's lightning. It's just too frequent. Yeah, we just got a tornado warning here for Paris, Texas. Paris, Texas, Reno, and Blossom, Texas need to be in their safe spots. Seems like the rumor has worked its way up the chain and they have gone. It's not confirmed though, so they haven't gotten any reports that this is on the ground per se. I mean, this camera is going to be very close to that rotation, so we're keeping a very close eye on it. Yeah, it's too frequent, and that amount of flashing does align with how much lightning we're seeing pop up on radar. So probably just a very electrically active storm, unless we get a large tornado on the ground. And it's just blowing up transformer after transformer. But I feel like this would be confirmed in PDS at this point if that was the case. Those reports would make it in pretty quickly. So I'm like 99% positive those flashes are lightning. And the wind is picking up. Any strong tornadoes so far? Not that we've heard of, no. Not that we can confirm. Man, a ton of lightning with this storm, though. It's like near constant. And again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a camera here in Paris, Texas, and a tornado warning for Paris, Texas. Radar indicated, but there's been rumors that this has been on the ground, so we are watching this camera that is pretty close to this circulation to try to see if we can see anything on the ground. Our radar is really useless at this point, which is why we're not really showing it. It's just so far away from the storm. It's really not helpful. Man, yeah, a lot of lightning with this storm, that is for sure. Non-stop. Some fast moving clouds on the right there. That's interesting. A very fast moving scud there. Now, wind is really starting to pick up. Here comes the rain. Definitely a lot of motion in this storm. Oh, camera just shook there. The winds are getting stronger. Keep your eye out in the distance for some power flashes as well. Oh yeah, we're deep in it now. I still can't confirm it from here. There's a very strong area of rotation on this storm, though. And the mid levels kind of looks a little bit contaminated. Okay, a lot stronger winds there. That was a pretty big wind gust. And there's potentially tennis ball sized hail in this storm as well. It's really hard to see big hail on a traffic camera, but that was a pretty strong wind gust there. And potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds in some parts of this storm. Some of these gusts are pretty darn strong. There is a strong gust there. Wow. That's probably the strongest gust so far. And this is Paris, Texas. We're currently tornado warned. Right where this camera is located. A car stopping under the bridge, must be starting to hail. It's going to be wind-driven hail too. And they just updated this tornado warning, still radar indicated, so no further reports indicating yet that this is on the ground at this point. How you doing, Jazz? Whoa. Did the power go out, or was that just like a weird exposure thing? And the storm is significant here for sure. We got winds that are probably some isolated gusts in the air that are reaching up to 75 miles per hour. I mean, this wind is pretty dang strong. Definitely continue to be in your safe spots there in Paris, Marvin, Jennings, Pattonville, Bairdtown, and Hoover. I haven't been able to see an actual tornado on this camera, though. Wow. Yeah, we got cars under the bridge currently. See, there's one slowly pulling up. He did not have enough space for him. The light's green over there too, so they're not stopping for a red light. Wow. A lot of heavy rain and strong wind with this storm. Yeah, definitely a pretty strong storm, so watch out there in Blossom, Hoover, Beardtown, Pattonville. You guys are going to be next in the path of this storm. Again, this is tornado warned. Haven't been able to confirm a tornado, but there's been some rumblings about a private radar that has seen a tornado in this storm. It was near Toko. Was that a power flash? No, that was lightly lightning. Although it's really hard to tell. And even harder now that we have basically blinding rain. Can't imagine driving in this crap. Man. The winds are getting stronger, I believe. I mean, there was a city back there. Or a lot of lights like in the middle back right of the screen, and you can't see those anymore. Very strong rain. Or very heavy rain with pretty strong winds here too. Storm's only warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but they should probably up it to 70. At the very least. Need a radar in Paris, Texas? Yeah, I agree. You need more radars in general, yeah. Who do we gotta kidnap? I'm just kidding. Is to get a freaking radar, man. How long have we been begging for radars and we still haven't gotten one? It's ridiculous, man. Yeah, a whole tornado could have gone through Toko and nobody would have known. This storm wasn't warned. The lives that get put in danger at these radar holes is honestly ridiculous at this point. I mean, how much freaking money this dang country has, and we still don't have enough radars. It's just crazy. I feel like I go mad sometimes thinking about that subject. It's like all these people that need radar coverage but just don't have it. How they always sit there in confusion as everybody's like, I'll know whenever a storm's over them. Alright. Here's what the radar looks like.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Still kind of hard to tell what exactly is happening with this storm. We've got rotation down here, but that doesn't really seem like where it should be. We also have rotation in southern Paris, Texas. That could be the area of interest. It's still pretty hard to tell. I would assume that is. Looks like this is an inflow. Looks like that would be
thunderstorm warning
the rotation there
for these areas.
So if I had to guess, our rotation's in southern Paris. Probably keep watching this storm. As this camera is in eastern Paris, Texas, it might see something. Yeah, just stay in the safe spot until it blows over. Absolutely. Better to be safe and sorry with this kind of storm. Yeah, we had a tornado report in the northern part of Paris, Texas. Wow. A spotter network tornado report just north of Paris, Texas, which doesn't really align with the earlier report of a tornado near Taco. So maybe this is more like a QLCS type line rather than a supercell. It's not really hard. It's not really, I guess you could call it contamination. It's really just the fact that we are looking up into the storm by 12,000 feet. That right there looks like it's in the inflow. That looks like inflow contamination to me. But it could also be like, I mean, there's also a, oh, it is not. Okay. Okay, so that is a confirmed tornado. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado down here. Wow. Yeah, it looks like inflow contamination, but it also could be a Buer, and that's probably what it is. Yeah, likely a Buer, indicating a very strong updraft and a strong area of rotation. The fact that we saw that debris signature there for a second means that this is likely a strong tornado. I mean, we're looking 12,000 feet. Could be a strong tornado that just went through just south of Marvin. So if you live in Jennings, Kearney, Milton, Hoover, and DePort, you need to be in your safe spots. This is now an observed tornado warning.
A considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Right now for strong tornadoes, you would think so, but I mean, this is obviously a cold pull surge type tornado, and our outflow boundary is literally feeding directly up into this. So it's riding a boundary, most likely. I mean, this could be a strong and large and extremely dangerous tornado. I mean, the fact that we saw that debris signature means that the debris is being lofted at least. Well, let's go back and scan. I am curious. Can we look at higher elevations? No, can't go back in time and look at higher elevations, unfortunately. But yeah. I mean, there still appears to be debris popping up here near Marvin and Jennings. So I would continue to be in your safe spots there. Jennings, Clardy, Milton, DePort, and Lone Oak. 30,000 feet? No, 12,000 feet. And one of those scans probably indicated that it was around 15,000 feet. Given the fact that we still had what appeared to be more debris signature above that spot, given the fact that it was that deep. There was a TDS on private radar. Yeah, we got that. We got that alert before it was warned, and we were wondering its consequences for Paris, Texas. But we had a tornado. Here's the weird part. We had a tornado report north of Paris, and this tornado is on the ground down here. Yeah, still what appears to be a Buer on this storm. Heading into Jennings, which again, a Buer is basically just a very strong updraft with a very strong inflow. And usually in the center is where the updraft is rotating. Still appears to be some debris, so this is likely still on the ground and potentially still a strong tornado heading towards Jennings. So please continue to be in your safe spots there near Clardy, Milton, DePort, and Pattonville. We don't have any more cameras until this gets to around here, just to the south of New Boston.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
And they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning back over near Roxton, near Enlow. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. 2-inch hail is possible with that storm. Yeah, still some rotation here between Jennings and Bardstown, heading towards Clardy and Milton. Still be in your safe spots. Again, this is an observed tornado. So this tornado is on the ground here just south of Paris, Texas. Definitely worth respecting this storm. Also 70-mile-per-hour winds possible over there, New Bogota and Clarksville. I'm gonna check over on these storms really quick. So yeah, still some severe storms pushing into Stonewall with some decent winds.
William
actually.
Lenhart donated $50. Wife and I
Holy
appreciate
moly.
your coverage of severe weather coverage in Hudson Valley when it has happened.
Hey, thank you for that $50 donation. William, birthday cakes in the chat. Thank you so much. Wow, that's a big amount of money. And we have officially crossed $1,000 on our goal. We are just over a third of the way. So thank you guys so much. Crazy. Y'all are nuts. All right, latest scan over here. Still what appears to be some decent rotation. Can't see that debris signature anymore, but it could still be on the ground. So still be in your safe spots there in DePort, Texas. All right, newest scan just came over then and over there near Jennings. Yeah, still hard to tell, but I do think it's safe to say that Rockwell and Marvin are safe from the tornadic threat. But over there near Jennings and Clardy, Pattonville, and Milton still need to be in y'all safe spots. Hey, Jazzy. It's quite mental. Yeah, tomorrow could be dangerous. Yeah, there's that rotation now. As far as I could tell, it is south and east of Jennings. Could be a little bit just to the west of Clardy. So Clardy still needs to be in their safe spots.
A severe thunderstorm
And
warning has been issued for these
updates
areas.
yet on whether or not this is off the ground or not. Have I used Ashtorp? No. I think you Grayson for the $1. Thank you so much. What is that? No idea what that is. Okay, thank you so much for that $1. Thank you. birthday cakes in the chat for Grayson. Yeah, latest scan, again, still a mess. We're so far away from there, but could be 2 areas of circulation. First dono here. Well, I appreciate that. Okay, looks like they have turned this back to radar indicated. Check the 0ZH triple R. You can do that in between scans. Oh boy. Jeez. And they don't look great. Let's take some soundings. Yeah, looks pretty tornadic up there. A little bit contaminated there. Definitely some decent lower level shear. Enough to support a tornado threat. And if that latches onto a boundary, make it stronger. Wow, look over here near Dallas too. Essentially a big hailer can come close to Fort Worth and Dallas. Check the environment around that. A little bit tornadic, kind of a little bit of a capping inversion though, but it's almost completely gone by this point. And there's a period where it just basically goes away right before the storm or right after the storm. And right as the storm is just to the north of that region. Man, look how much that photograph enlarges. That could be a tornado threat over there near Dallas, Texas as well. Got to keep an eye out for that storm. This storm and especially these ones as well.
Radar indicated tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
Looks like they're extending this tornado warning further down to the south and east near Sulphur Bluff, Cunningham, Kensing, Minter, Rockford, and Taylortown. I need to be in your safe spots. This will probably be warned until it comes into better range of the Shreveport airport and we can actually see what's happening with this storm. Yeah, basically no cap there, which is not good. Oh, looks like CJ ended his stream. And so did Patrick. All right. We have 0 storm chasers.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Need to head to my mother-in-law's. I would definitely be watching tomorrow for sure. 'Cause that's that big hailer and potential tornado threat. Is gonna come pretty close to you. Should go to your south, but I would say it's a good day to at least have those plans in place. All right, latest scan, still an area of some decent rotation near Sturdy. Hard to tell if that's legitimate or not. Just stay in your safe spots. The likely area where our mesocyclone should be is here, unless we're getting like an occluded rotation here. It's just impossible to tell. I'm not going to try to do any analysis on this. Just be in your safe spots if you're in front of this big red blob. Yeah, tomorrow we'll definitely have a SIG, maybe a SIG 2 for hail. Definitely a SIG 4 tornadoes. I know last time I looked at it, there's like this, I can't remember what day it was. There's like a pretty small 2% non-SIG. Can't remember if that was for tomorrow. I guess that was for tomorrow, but they changed it. They now have a 5 SIG. Could get a 10% SIG over here near Oklahoma City.
A severe thunderstorm warning
Like right there in
has
that
been
area.
issued for these
Might
areas.
even get 5% extended down into Texas if more models show those storms. But I mean, our highest chance for tornadoes and potentially strong tornadoes is going to be along the warm front, which will be draped over this region. So it's like conditional tomorrow. It's definitely a little bit conditional, maybe a little bit less now that we're still getting model runs showing storms firing. Fun to see people from TRG Tornado here. Is that who I think it is? TRG Tornado. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's that guy. The only memory I have of TRG Tornado was that one time when he called the NWS live on stream.
A severe thunderstorm
Try to report the
warning
radar.
has been issued for these areas.
All right, latest scan, still an area of rotation. Is there a limit to where these arrows start to make things scary? All right, you guys tell me, at what point did me drawing arrows start to trigger you into panic? Yeah, there's an area of rotation there. We're keeping a close eye on it, as you can see by our arrows. That was when he just started, yeah. That was when he was learning the ways. I don't think he's done it since, so he learned his lesson. You know, that's the most important part, is learning. Okay, too many arrows. Looks like for Southern Weather Forecaster, that was a limit of 20. The rotation doesn't seem as strong. There still is some here near Clardy. And what still kind of looks like a
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
like
these
a
areas.
merger is coming into our storm right now. Might be making our rotation weaker. It's likely side lobe, but it's hard to tell. They might throw a warning on this just to be safe near Winthrop, but it kind of looks like your classic side lobe rotation in the inflow type deal. You have aerophobia. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to trigger that. And a decent amount of severe storms still down here in southern Mississippi. Most of these are for some little bit of hail, a little bit of damaging wind. Definitely still worth being indoors and away from windows on those severe thunderstorm warnings. Don't want to be outside, but if you're indoors, you are good to go. Yeah, the good news is, you know, it's not a lot of the, it's kind of a surprising reason why you shouldn't call the SPC is, you know, the fact that they are looking at the radar at the same time you are, and probably have more experience. But I will say some NWSs not so much. There are some NWSs that don't seem to know what they are doing. At sometimes they are not perfect, but it is never okay to call them as if there's two scenarios. You call them and they're so smart they think that you're an idiot, or you call them and they're so dumb that they believe you, and or that they don't they call you but they're so dumb they I don't know what that, I forgot what the second scenario is. Meso handoff? I don't know. The storm's in a radar hole. I don't know what it's doing. I know it just got a merger. That I can say for certain. That's probably going to disrupt Tornado Genesis for a little bit, because it looked like a not very favorable merger. Usually when you get a merger, a big glob of cold air injected directly into the inflow of the storm, it's not very favorable. We're getting a new watch shortly. I'm guessing it's going to be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. If it's Shreveport insuring it, then it's probably going to be a tornado watch, if I had to guess. I don't think the tornadic environment, though, is that serious. We'll see. I honestly don't know. I know over there in Arkansas, our tornado chances are pretty darn low. But with this guy, you know, as long as we're getting cold pull surges, we'll probably continue to see some rotation and tornado threat with it. As the cold air lifts a warm parcel ahead of the inflow. Like before it enters into the inflow. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are probably talking about something completely different than what I'm thinking. We aren't fond of the... Oh, okay. What do you guys talk about? Okay, latest scan. We have a new area of some pretty strong mid-level circulation again. Inner storm over Minter. But that could be getting close to tornadic again. If you live in Cunningham and Halesboro, get into your safe spots if you're not there right now. Our rotation appears to be intensifying. As best as I can tell, it's hard to tell. Tornado damage reported in Paris, Texas, according to a guy in chat. Let me see if I can find any corroborating evidence of that. Yeah, I'm not seeing any damage reports out of Paris, Texas yet.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
New severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama. Oh, yes, over here near Lisbon and Butler, Alabama. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible, so watch out over there. This is in southwestern Alabama. I get a chance. I know you're busy. Can you look at Simpson County? I can do that right now. I mean, we're not really that busy. I severely doubt we have anybody in chat that is actually in this tornado warning. We're just kind of here as a formality, just in case someone does come in. Over there near Minden Hall, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, I mean, I don't see much of a tornado threat, but definitely worth being indoors. That the hail shouldn't be too bad.
Tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
It might cause a little bit of like a couple dinks on your car, but that's about it. Okay, latest scan on our storm. Still indicating some rotations in this. As this pushes down to the south and east towards Bugatti and Talco. Guys need to be in your safe spots. Hate this radar hole. Yeah. It's frustrating. It is very frustrating, but you know, I'm sure these guys are used to it. What do you want? Want your midnight snackums? Hold on, let me give Chazzy his little late night snack and refill my wallet. All right, I am curious. I do want to. Oh, thank you. Jamie Star, for the $10 donation. Said, "You're my wife's boyfriend's favorite weather channel. Thank you for all you do." Wait a second. You're my wife's boyfriend. Hey! Is he a cheater? He sounds like a pumpkin eater to me. My wife's boyfriend's. Does the husband know about this boyfriend? Oh wow, you kind of see the storm from the distance from this camera. Probably, maybe. And that was a good one. It's like our Best view of something. Will I marry your wife? If we divorce you, is there a prenup? I'm kidding. Sounds like a get rich quick scheme to me. Sheesh.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
All right, well, there seems to be rotation here, I guess. This is just a very messy radar presentation. I just can't tell. So there could still definitely be enough rotation there for this storm to be warned. So still be in your safe spots there in Talco. We do have cameras in and along Highway 30, so we are going to be able to get close to this storm again. Right? It's like he came in here to super chat just to snitch on his wife. Or maybe they're Mormon. Saying my wife's boyfriend is pretty common in the Mormon religion. Always here. Okay. Here's the wife in question. Is that you or your wife's boyfriend? Maybe Jamie has a split personality. Maybe. All right, still some pretty strong mid-level circulation in this storm right now. You're the man. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. HRRR says Sunday is done. I don't believe that. What? I mean, it's gonna... I mean, 5 p.m. Cap seems to be fading by 5 p.m. I wouldn't call it done just yet. And there's a storm that's firing over Spearville and Dodge City. I think it's still worth keeping an eye on. And it only goes to 5 p.m., so. Yeah, still appears to be some decent rotation inside of the storm. If I had to guess, that's our main area of rotation. That also could be the main area. It's hard to tell. Again, still kind of doing a guessing game, but we are slowly getting closer to the radar. We're now looking up 9,000 feet into the storm instead of 12,000 feet. Okay, so they did issue a new watch, and it's going to be a severe thunderstorm watch for Tyler, Longview, Kilgore, Carthage, Shreveport, Minden, Arcadia, Ruston, Jonesboro, Winfield, Natchitoches, and Magnolia.
Has been issued for these areas.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot to refill my water. Hold on. Turn down turn down my studio light. My ring light, my $15 ring light. It's been with me since like the beginning of my channel. It's the most OG thing here. I still have my old laptop, but it's now the server for Weather Circle. I don't have the same mouse, don't have the same keyboard as when I started, don't have the same screens. The only thing I still have is that I don't even have the same computer. And the only thing that has stuck with me through all these years is this ring light that I bought for $15 at Walmart. It's pretty good. Okay, a little update on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. So still no new reports that this is on the ground yet. 600 SRH with those Kansas storms? Wow. Oh, you're making a joke. I gotcha. Sorry. Sometimes I look at shit. Sometimes I look at chat and I feel like I've been there the entire time, but don't realize that. Why is this pink? But yeah, I don't realize that you guys are probably talking about something completely
Radar
different.
Indicated tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
Oh, that's why there's a severe thunderstorm watch underneath it, making it look pink. We just issued a new tornado warning on this, and it's kind of the same kind of thing. We don't know what's going on with it, and neither does Shreveport, but I think they're just warning these at a caution. It's pretty unlikely that that has the capability to produce a tornado, just given where it is in this line. It's very likely this storm has quite the outflow, quite the outflow that is extended behind it, created a cold pool here. But just in case, in Tyra, be in your safe spots and in Sulphur Bluff, Texas. I wonder if Hannah can see these storms from her house. They're getting a little close. Well, a good place to put this radar. Well, you want to do like equidistant from all of these radars. So I would say like right near the Choctaw Nation. So just north of Paris, or yeah, like kind of close to like the Oklahoma and Paris border. And this is starting to look a little bit supercellular on our radar now. A decent area of rotation in there. Seems like the closest this gets to our radar, the more it's starting to look like a supercell. Either that or it's just getting more organized as we go in time. It's kind of hard to tell which one is the truth. How much does a radar cost? I think like 2 to 5 million. They're really expensive. But I mean, when you think about it in the grand scheme of the country's budget, it's a drop in the bucket. Oh, wow. Did that tornado watch expire? Huh. Interesting move to let a tornado watch expire when there's a tornado warning inside of it? Well, welcome in, Robert. Let's go back over here and check in on this camera here. There's getting some pretty crazy lightning on it. Some pretty wacky lightning. See, it's nearly nonstop on this storm. I mean, you definitely make the argument that this is a strong storm. Oh, okay. Think you help? How many of y'all have caught some of my recent videos, like my last 2 videos? How are you liking the new model presentation where everything kind of gets overlaid and we do a lot of explaining of the small features? Is it helpful or is it too complex? I try to simplify it as best as I can, but I never know if I'm going too nerdy on you guys. Nice. All right. Well, that's good feedback. Thank you. I love doing those kind of forecasts, especially with Aguacero, WX. Oh my gosh. It is so much fun on Aguacero, WX. Please sponsor me. I actually offered to merge Weather Circle with Aguacero. We'll see what they say. He seemed interested. Those power flashes? No, those are lightning bolts. And there's a lot of them. I would take a sponsorship from them because I am in love with their app. I mean, come on. Seeing the storm in all of its glory, being able to just overlay all of this stuff, I mean, it's just a no-brainer. So helpful for somebody like me, as I understand what all this stuff means. I mean, I can just click, 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 and just know exactly, you know, the environment of every storm pretty quickly. Super helpful. I wonder what happens. Hold on, I'm curious. What happens if I add a layer, model surface, 10 meter wind speed? Oh, it even puts that on there? Oh, that's sick. Wow. I know this to you guys are probably giving you a migraine, but this is super cool to me to be able to see all these 3 wind barbs combined together. So cool. I mean, still looking like we got a supercell here as far as I can tell. And there's that area. It looks like the rotation is a little bit broad aloft, but... And this storm over here, I have no idea why it's warned. We must have some sort of report on it. That's all I gotta say. There must be somebody there reporting something. I lived in OKC my whole life, and meteorological terminology I completely understand. Plus, being a 63-year-old helps. Well, you got a lot of time to learn. You've had a lot of time. Is McKinney all right? Yeah. Yeah. But I would keep an eye on the storms for tomorrow. Oh, wow. There's actually a tornado report back, or not a tornado report, a wall cloud report back over here near Walters and Temple. They definitely need to have a different symbol for wall cloud. I don't know what that symbol would be. Oh, I know what it could be. It could be like a trapezoid. I mean, like gray, not gray. Gray is the wrong color. And I feel like it would have to be gray. To be something like this. For wall cloud instead of like a pointy tornado thing. Looking at lightning at night. Yeah, I mean, as this storm gets closer, I think we're going to be able to see it from afar from our Mount Pleasant cam. So I'm hoping we can see some pretty nice bolts from this. That's why we keep coming back over here. But this camera is just outside of our tornado warning. We do have a couple of cameras near the Mount Pleasant, Texas area. Is this a merger? No, this is just it's kind of just a mess of storms altogether with a leading supercell riding along an outflow boundary right now. The thing about this storm is that it could die very easily. We don't have a lot of lower level shear, so this is not going to be one of those things that continues if the capping inversion starts to build in and too much. But in the mixed layer, the capping inversion is still pretty much not there, but we are starting to get a lower level capping inversion, so we're probably getting pretty close to the end of this event. Okay, looks like all of the tornado watch is gone now. What about Tennessee? You guys have to worry about Monday. So
a severe thunderstorm warning
let's go check
has
the
been issued for these areas.
Latest storm.net for Monday. So yeah, a little chance for tornadoes tomorrow along that warm front. Yeah, storm.net still doesn't really like tomorrow that much. Yeah, Sunday got to watch in eastern Kansas. And then, yeah. So for Tennessee, it'll mainly be like over there near like Clarksville and northwestern Tennessee. Maybe a chance for tornadoes later on. But I mean, it starts to really diminish as it goes into central Tennessee. The strongest risk for tornadoes is going to be over there near like eastern Missouri and southern Illinois to almost central Illinois. And then southeastern Illinois, southwestern Indiana, and a pretty big bullseye over there near Paducah, Madisonville, Kentucky. So, yeah, pretty big tornado day is possible on Monday. That's the latest data there. Looks like it starts over there near Columbia and Jefferson City, and gets a lot more intense as we move further into the future. But really anywhere where we have, you know, from blue to the green, there could be an isolated tornado somewhere in there, but the highest likelihood is in this yellow bullseye. And you can see, like, compared to like today, you know, or the days before it, like there really isn't much of an elevated potential. You can really see how it gets boom. So out of all the days we have had, Monday should have more tornadoes, like total tornado reports. For sure. All right, let's see if there's any other cameras with a better view. this one. This one's directly in Mount Pleasant. That one will be good to watch if the storm goes into Mount Pleasant. One's still kind of our best lightning view. Kenzie, are you being a good boy? Yeah. Josh starts his chasecation on Monday. Nice. Still wondering if I'm going to do a little chasecation this week or this year. Not, probably not. All right, latest scan. Still got an area of some rotation here. Seems to be broadening out. They're south of Bogota. And you can kind of see the storm structure a little bit better here. It does appear to be a little bit outflow dominant, but still gonna get a little spin up in there. So still watch out over there near Talco, Hagensport, Lakeview, Bridge Chapel, White Oak, and Maple Springs there in Texas. And this storm back over here still's not really showing much in the mid levels, so I'm not overly concerned about that guy right now. Probably some strong wind and a lot of lightning though. Check back over with these storms. We got a little mesoscale convective system over here. A little meso low. Big old cold pool of air surging into some instability back over here into western Alabama, bringing some 60-mile-per-hour winds near York, Lisbon, and Butler. So watch out for that. Has any tornadoes touched down yet? I think we've had a couple today. We had one apparently in Paris, Texas. Another one a while ago. I forget what's, yeah, it's Kiowa, Oklahoma. And then we potentially had a couple tornadoes in Indiana too. But by no means an outbreak.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
This is also, though, an example of one of the kind of storms that will probably continue to be warned until it gets closer to the Shreveport radar. Kiowa. With that precipitation to your south doesn't mess up the Cape levels in central Oklahoma tomorrow evening. What do you mean? You want the Cape levels to be high up there, Patches? Yeah, I mean, I think the storms are going pretty much as forecasted here. I don't see many, unfortunately, I don't see many flies in the ointment in that forecast. You can see, you know, it gets these storms pretty well, the HRRR does. But even with that, the outflow boundary stalls. And then we see that, oops, sorry. The tomorrow's storms are going to end up very similar to today's down there near Texarkana. Sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a pretty similar day to today. I mean, storms near an outflow boundary that are going to have a very large hail threat and potentially a significant tornado threat in southeastern Oklahoma. And then maybe even a tornado threat over there near the Dallas area. So gotta watch these storms for tomorrow. Really crappy part about this is that after this storm, it's going to be kind of similar to today. Like this one over here near Hugo, if this is real or if this happens tomorrow, it's going to be so annoying to track that. It's going to be just like this storm that we had near Paris, Texas. It's going to be hard to tell. Hopefully we have storm chasers near Hugo, Oklahoma. But I got a feeling a lot of storm chasers are probably going to set up over there near Ada. And then we have some chances for some big hail, 6 p.m. Near Bartlesville, Tulsa, and Eufaula. And also some chances for some hail over there near Eureka and Independence. It's pretty interesting. The risk could potentially be pulled down a little bit to the south, in my opinion. Maybe extended a little bit more to the west as well. They'll probably make that if the HRRR continues to show the solution, because you can see those storms. I could ride that warm front. Could be well insignificant on their own. Ada. Yeah, Wolf City, by the way, Hannah, if you're still watching, you are out of the threat for now, but gotta be ready for tomorrow. Ada, as in tornado. My goodness. Storm is going crazy over here. Oh, my right foot just went to sleep. Always feels so weird. Ah! Come back, blood. Environment is as classic as it gets for a significant mesoscale day, tornado day in Oklahoma. Kind of. Warm fronts can be a little bit finicky, but it is possible for sure to get a significant tornado. I would say at least the most classic days in my memory is when you get a big thunderstorm the day before, like a mesoscale convective complex, and it leaves behind that long stationary outflow boundary. And then you get that storm that fires basically is like a cape bomb, is what I like to call them, where there's just so much cape that the storm is so large it basically creates its own tornadic environment, and that surges into that outflow boundary and latches onto it. And those are where you get those really slow moving and pretty powerful, sometimes very powerful tornadoes. Probably where we have seen some of the strongest tornadoes that haven't really been rated so, because they usually happen in the middle of nowhere, but thankfully, like the Plevna tornado, I think was a Cape Bomb tornado. Yeah, Wolf City's okay, but tomorrow I definitely need to be watching out near Wolf City again. Yeah, I've already looked at it, Kevin. Oops.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
All right, latest scan over here near Hagen's Port still indicates some rotation on our storm. This is the storm we're watching from a distance. We have a camera over here near Mount Pleasant that I think is looking somewhere near the storm. We're seeing a lot of lightning with that. Also a little interesting feature back over here near Commerce, Texas, just to the east of Wolf City. Maybe an RFD forming there. I'll have to keep an eye on that storm near Sulphur Springs. Hey, Hannah. How you doing? Has anybody ever called you Hannah Banana? Oh, yeah, we got two of them. We got two Mezzolos. You're right. This one looks pretty cool. It's like a little mini hurricane. Really, all this is just a big old area of cold air, likely caused by a cluster of thunderstorms.
Has been issued for these areas.
Can actually increase the amount of scans here and see what created this. Oh yeah, had a bunch of rain and rain-cooled air, and eventually that surged to the south, and that cold air wraps up in its own little mezzolow. Same thing happened with this storm. You had a bunch of slower storms in Mississippi, and then that cold pool surged, likely with this storm over here near Philadelphia. I remember that storm with some strong winds there. And bam. All that cold air got displaced to the south, and we got another mezzolow. But we got two little hurricane-looking things in Mississippi. They're not hurricanes, but they just look like it. Pretty cool. Do a little dance. Yeah, these things got some stronger winds in them, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds near Linden. So make sure you're still indoors and away from window on that storms. MCV, mesoscale, convective system, or I like to call them mezzolos, but what does the V stand for again? Mesoscale convective vortex. I'm going to copy this link. I do want to get another camera up. Do you think we can maybe see some pretty cool views near Sulphur Springs? That camera not working. Guess I was lying. Oh. Wow, look at that. That's super helpful. Thanks for that. Want to see a storm? How about a little bit of Texas Department of Transportation? That sucks because there's actually appears to be maybe a shelf cloud back there on the top right. We'll see if this camera catches anything. It should catch something as it gets closer. That camera is located over here near the Sulphur Springs area. We got some storms coming down there. All right, latest scan on this storm still indicating an area of rotation, and we're looking still about 7,000 feet up into the storm, so still mid-level circulation, but I'd say still worth being in your safe spots there in Daphne, Marshall Springs, and Bridges Chapel. What time did the storm start tomorrow? Around 4 or 5 p.m. So like what, 2 o'clock p.m.? The heck? I think that is some sort of contamination there. Music. Music makes me lose control. Will DFW get a tornado today or tomorrow? Probably a bigger chance for the DFW area to be close to a tornado warning or in it tomorrow. Can we see Chaz? Chazzy? They're begging for you. Chaz seem unbothered by the request. He's sweeping. You wanna come on my chat? You wanna come on my lap, Chazzy? Come on my lap, Chazzy. Come. Thank you for the kiss. Say hello. Get some Chazzy lubbins in me. I had a feeling you and Hannah might be friends. That's the first thing I saw when I saw. How do you say your name? Marisol? Marisola? When she said, ask a question about Wolf City, the first thing I thought of was, I wonder if she knows Hannah. Maricela. Okay, just got an update on this tornado warning. They're saying it is going to be allowed to expire. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit into range of the Shreveport radar. We do still have some broad circulation on this storm, heading just to the south of Talco. That's awesome. How come that never happens with anybody else in chat? Just wondering. Because don't you guys say you like talk about me to your friends and stuff? But I never see y'all like talking. I never see like, you know, your friends show up in my chat. It's weird. I'm just kidding. I keyed. I think we'll see anything around Lufkin. Let me see. Lufkin's further to the south, is it not? No. Where is Lufkin? Lufkin. Man, I've seen Lufkin so many times. Oh no. Let me search it. There it is. It should go north of you. Let's check our models for your area. Maybe, yeah. It is possible that you guys get hit by some thunderstorms at 5 a.m. So get ready. No need to set your alarm. What about Gilmer, Louisiana area? Let me see. You're in a severe thunderstorm. Oh no, that's Texas. There is no such thing as Gilmer, Louisiana. Did you forget what state you live in? Hey, Marvis. I missed you today. You be working too long and too hard. Need more Chazzy Lovin's in my life. All right, let me try to find it. Butcher, Louisiana. There's no Butcher, Louisiana either. Sir, do you know what state you live in? Oh, Belcher. Ugh, sorry. That's on me. Belcher, Louisiana. All right, here we go. Gilmore. Gilmer. I'm not seeing a Gilmer. Must be like a small town. Where is it? Well, if you live over here, yes, you're gonna have some severe weather, likely. Probably won't be as bad as what's happening up to your north. Oh wow, what is this? Wall cloud was reported in Bogota, Texas, not too long ago, about 20 minutes ago. Can I go to Ville or sleep in Starkville? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a little bit windy and rainy, maybe some lightning and thunder, but not worried about you guys there. Get you some sleep. You wake up to some wet grass. Ooh, liking the way this camera's starting to look. Oh, wow. That's interesting that your town name doesn't show up on the map. That's unfortunate. Someone needs to send a strongly worded email to the map makers. I still can't believe we had an EF4 tornado yesterday. Is that my fault? That's the first time I went live in a very long time, and then we got an EF4 tornado. That seems like it was my fault. I'm sorry, guys. The latest scan on this looks like our rotation is kind of fizzling on this. Closer it gets to radar. Did everybody in chat fall asleep? Chat has stopped moving.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. For
I know how to get y'all. I know how to get y'all back. How's y'all's day been today? Has it been all right? Did you have a good day? Jazzy noodle. Whoa. Whoa. Yo, look at this. They're calling this the mini cow. It's a mobile radar station. Look at this. This is of that EF4 tornado. Yeah, this and you have a satellite tornado form and it wraps around it. And it did that loop-de-loop there right near Enid. Crappy week. Oh, I'm sorry about that. See, it looks, see, the thing is, when you have really high definition radar, tornadoes look, they look like hurricanes. It's very, very interesting. Wow. I could go like frame by frame. You see that tornado approaching Enid, and it does that little loop-de-loop. And it goes back down to the south and east. Yeah, that satellite tornado forms right there, very close to Enid. And it loops around the parent tornado. And there it is as it merges into it or dissipates near it. Jazzy, you got a scab on you. You been scritching too much? All right, they did allow that tornado warning near Sulphur Springs to expire, and I got a feeling this one's about to be expired as well. Oops.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning back extending out into the Texarkana area for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail all the way down the line. So watch out there.
What are you doing, Jazzy?
Hey, I was trying to. Why can't I pull you over? Okay, I was trying to give you belly scratchers. I didn't know that. I didn't know. I didn't see the scab. As always. You forgive me? You promise? Okay. You accidentally picked a scab. Yeah, he already forgives me. He's getting extra lubbins now. Good. And you're having Chinese food for dinner. All right. Hey, this is Matthew from Arkansas, Childress Road. Can you see where the storm is heading from there to here? Yes, I can. Let me see. Especially with such a awesome introduction there. Childress Road, Arkansas. Well, you live somewhere here. I have too many frames. Hold on. There we go.
A considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So
for
no
these
severe
areas.
thunderstorm warning for you, but the storms that are coming close to you, which will likely be these ones somewhere up here. Yeah, 19. Yeah, it looks like 51 minutes until it hits the Matthew. 51 minutes. Not going to be too bad. I think you'll be all right. Sorry, Matthew, I'm deleting you. When are you using Jazzy going storm chasing today? Or again, oh shoot, with these gas prices, I'm not even, it's not even in my mind right now. Yeah. The dogs are pretty smart. Hey, thank you, Light Clips, for subscribing. Oh, got another area of rotation. Might have spoke too soon on this guy. Seems to be in the clear air, though, but they'll likely continue to warn this storm with this look. Oh, wow, look at this camera. This camera's picking up some lightning and some clouds as well. This is over near Sulphur Springs as our storm is getting closer and closer. How were the NATOs today? I think almost all of them are brief and hopefully on the weaker side. How's my day been? I'm a little tired. I'll probably be more tired tomorrow. We have to go live again, which we probably will. Yeah, slowly getting tired and more tired. Kind of what happens as you go live consistently like this. You just slowly lose energy day by day until you have none left. But other than that, oh, they allowed the tornado warning to expire, folks. We are now at 0 tornado warnings. Is YouTube your only job? Yes. I couldn't do that. You can't do this like part-time. You just can't do it. You want to stay? Okay. Thought you were trying to get off. Thoughts on Shreveport? Likely going to be a severe threat. Could get some winds up to 70 miles per hour. If you get another tornado from this storm, it will likely be from a cold pool surge, which is still possible. You know, you get like a lot of rain and eventually it builds up and the cold pool, you know, really builds up, gets pretty cold, and then when it gets cold, that's when it surges, because that has to equalize the warmer air out in front of the storm. Yeah, 0 tornado warnings. We like that. Yes, indeed we do. I have a feeling we're going to see another one here shortly, though. We'll see. If we don't get a tornado warning in like 15 minutes, I think I'm going to get off. But this storm still has a little bit of rotation. I can only imagine they're going to issue a new tornado warning shortly. Okay, Chazzy. You want to go over there and check it out? Go check it out. What's going on over there? What's going on? What? 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 What is it? What? What? What is it? You go get him. Go get him, Jazz. There's no one out there. He's just barking. All right, Chazzy. That's enough. Stop it. Stop it, Chaz. Good boy. Yeah, he was trying to say hi to everyone in chat. That's what he was trying to do. Good job, Marvis. Thank you, Nancy, for subscribing. This is the view out of Sulphur Springs. You know, we could actually get probably... Let me see if we can get closer to that other storm that was tornado warned. Here's Mount Vernon, like something like this. Or this. Oh, those cameras are down. Load. This camera's not even going to get the worst part of the storm. I'm trying to... I mean, Sulphur Springs is probably our best chance of seeing something. Seeing what that storm is all about. Seems like the storm is kind of slowing down. Yeah, you trying to go somewhere? Okay. There you go. All right. See you later, Mavis. Cat going off about. He always imagines something. He gets bored and he just imagines that someone's trying to come into our house and kill us. And then he starts barking like crazy. Chaz is like the most protective dog. Every time I go into the bathroom to take a poop, he'll just sit by the front door to make sure no one attacks me while I poop. He's a little cutie.
A severe
Still a
thunderstorm
decent little area of
has been issued
rotation
for
over
these
here near
areas.
Mount Vernon. It's probably more broad than what's being indicated, but I'm still keeping an eye on that storm near Mount Vernon. You've been live for almost 7 hours. I know, right? I wasn't expecting to be live this long today, to be honest. I was hoping for a shorter day. Tornado warning is still there. I think the tornado warning is still active, or theoretically active, but they let it expire earlier. So it'll probably stay on the map until it, like, that expiration time runs out. It's not broken though. I've been watching that storm near Mount Vernon. Yeah, my dog barks at everything he sees and everything he kind of doesn't see. What happened at? This is a weather circle. Basically, it's like every other app. Seems like it's staying up to date, which is great news. It was a hard problem to fix, especially on a laptop, to get these radar frames in fast and getting the radar to look correct. It's a lot more complicated to do than you would think. It's not as easy as just parsing data. I mean, there's a lot of little calculations the app has to do. I don't like that the watch is underneath the radar, though. I guess that's how it is in all the other apps, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Never mind. We're fine. I do still got to work on de-aliasing. De-aliasing is hard to do. Tried it a couple times and it keeps destroying the velocities. I should be warned. I do agree on that. A decent little area of circulation there. Oh. Yeah, this is my app. WeatherCircle.app. It is a social media. Oh, we got a post here from Southern Weather Forecasters. Of one lightning flash and then dark screen. Thank you for sending that in. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We got this. We've got observer mode, where it automatically tracks every new warning that comes through. We've got radar state that shows, you know, what state you're looking at when you're panning through the radar. We got UI sounds. It's pretty cool. I like it. All right, latest scan here from Mount Vernon. Looks like that rotation is broadening out. Mainly just seems like some strong winds with some very broad rotation. But I would still keep your eye out on this storm near Mount Pleasant. Oh, looks like one of our cameras went down. Uh-oh. Must have been a strong storm, huh? Eh? This is what it's like in Mount Pleasant right now. Which might get a glancing blow from this storm, so we'll keep it on this camera for the one below. There is, you know, back when weather broadcasting was a monopoly. Yes, yellow used to mean tornado watch, but colors really don't mean much anymore. I know some broadcasters that have their tornado warnings purple. Some have them red. I used to have my tornado watches black, just to increase contrast between the radar and the background. It really just depends on what your personal preferences are. You know, it's more of just learning what each broadcast. It's a little bit confusing, I will say, the fact that that's decentralized. Another little area of rotation there. But yeah, severe thunderstorm warnings for me are yellow, and they are purplish pink for the tornado watch.
A radar
there's that
tornado
tornado
warning
warning.
has been issued for these areas.
New tornado warning for Rocky Mount and Pittsburgh. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. We got a decent little area of circulation, and we keep seeing these little tight circulations inside of them. So if you live in Winfield, Rocky Mount, and Pittsburgh, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Thank you, Animal Lover. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you wanna join WeatherCircle.app, cool thing about it is that you can come over here and chat with your weather friends. Although, you know what? I'm disappointed in you guys. Not gonna lie. There's 200 free users, but if I'm not live, you guys like barely post. Like, what's up with that? Y'all just posting for clout? Do you really not like my app? I'm sorry. I'll try to be better. I don't get it though. Post on it. Even when I'm not live. It could be a little weather hangout. You don't have to be on Twitter anymore. All right. Still broad circulations here. Maybe a little bit tighter over there near Hopewell, but it appears to be in the inflow. It's kind of hard to tell though. I have such a cute doggo. Thank you. I think the next time we'll be able to see these storms is probably when I'm gonna be asleep. Where's Linden? Right there. The storm is trying to avoid the Shreveport radar, though. It is taking more of a southerly trajectory. Kind of gone like this, I think. You watched a Vince Mahone documentary the other day, and you look like a young Vince Mahone. All right, let's look at this guy. Let's see if that's a compliment. Oh, here's his worst picture. What? All right, let's see what he looked like when he was younger. I can see it. Some similarities. Pretty much just find anybody with an undeveloped child chin, and you'll find somebody that has a face that looks like me. I really hope I don't end up looking like this when I get older, though. But I guess that's not the worst. You could look uglier. I could make my chin look bigger. I have the tactics and the techniques. I just take a hammer to my chin and bone smash. I'm just kidding. Y'all seen that stuff? It's crazy. All right, it's two little areas of circulation near Hopewell. First time user, do you get a membership? No. That'd be pretty cool though. Get like a free membership. An option to get one free membership a month. That's more like Twitch. Not really YouTube-esque. I'm not seeing a debris signature on any of those rotations, but I would say it's worth being in your safe spots there in Pittsburgh. I'm starting to get hungry, guys. Nothing is free on YouTube. Nope. Starting to get hungry again and cranky. The Enid tornado was rated in EF4. Yeah. I think it's very unlikely that this storm produces a tornado, like actual tornado. I mean, our environment's super capped and there's just like no rotation. I mean, there's just like no shear near the storm. Like, it's very directional shear. We don't really have much perpendicularity anymore. I think it's just the hail that's making this thing look bad. The environment just doesn't support a tornadic storm here. Strong winds, though, are definitely possible. Favorite fast food place? The only fast food place I actually eat at is probably Burger King. I'm turning off my video capture device. That way I can turn off my light. HRRR run tomorrow. It's going a little bit ballistic, I will say. A lot of storms firing over there into southeastern Oklahoma. Pretty classic plains day. A warm front setting up over here and just subtle lifting. So we're going to have a couple of discrete supercells out there in eastern to southeastern Kansas. Could be pretty active. We'll have to watch that threat. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of the Whoppers. Big fan of the Whoppers, man. Look at these storms that fire over there in Kansas on Saturday.
A severe thunderstorm warning
or on
has
Sunday,
been issued
sorry.
for these areas.
Sunday is coming into range. Even get some convective initiation trying to happen over there near Alva, Oklahoma. Chazzy, stop. What am I gonna eat? I'm still trying to decide. Probably, like, I have steak to cook, but I'll probably cook that tomorrow. So I'll probably do chicken. Stop it, Chaz. Like a taco, like a chicken, rice, and taco salad. Stop scritching. Yeah, you heard me. Oof. Brahms. Yeah, well, I also like Bojangles and Popeyes. Ugh. When I'm in a real sloppy mood, I'll eat there. I typically don't eat very much fast food. Try to stay away from that. Trying to be more healthy. Béarnaise sauce? What's Béarnaise sauce? Béarnaise sauce, a rich, creamy French sauce made from an emulsion of egg yolks, clarified butter, reduction of white wine, shallots, tarragon, often with chervil and black pepper. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds delicious. Not gonna lie.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
Tyler says, I prefer ketchup. With steak? Are you mad? Both the radars are picking up on this mid-level circulation. A1 sauce. There we go. A1 sauce is nice, although I would definitely try this Béarnaise sauce. Apparently, there's also a Hollandaise. What is Hollandaise? Another rich, creamy French sauce made from the emulsion of egg yolk, melted butter, but this time with lemon juice or vinegar, seasoned with salt and pepper, famously served with eggs Benedict, asparagus, and fish. With extra MSG. Ooh. Love me some MSG. It's literally the chemical for the umami flavor, so. I used to say that
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for these areas.
I used to say that to one of my exes way back in the day when I was a rapper. I used to do like a lot of puns and stuff. I used to say, are you MSG? Cause ooh, mommy. Decent area, broad circulation still with this storm. Heading down towards Pittsburgh. Continue to stay in your safe spots. You know, what kind of steak do y'all like? I like, if I can get it, if I can afford it, I will do ribeye. But I have been, because I can't afford it, chuck eye steak has been, I mean, it's just so good. It's so tender. It's pretty cheap. Yeah, ribeye is pretty good. New York's interesting. I don't get the filet mignon, to be honest. It's just not enough fat. I mean, it's nice and tender. I get that part of it, but it's just not, there's not enough fat. I love me a fat, juicy steak. Like a nice T-bone steak, a nice ribeye. Oh, that ribeye fat. I know it sounds gross to some people and probably unhealthy, but when I eat ribeye with my family, my mom and dad don't like it. So they cut off the fat and then they give it to me and I just eat just the fat. Still some decent rotation on this. I mean, we haven't had a tornado report in a while with this storm, and it's been going through some pretty populated areas. So it must just be strong mid-level rotation. I'm sure near it. It's near the surface. It's not rotating nearly as strong. Medium rare ribeye. Yeah, I'm a fan of. Oh, hey, Terry. I think you donated $50 when I wasn't live, and I want to thank you for that. Pretty sure that happened today. It was a nice little surprise, so thank you. Ready to put birthday cakes in the chat for Terry. Whoop, whoop. Steak fat is so good. Yeah, there's good types of fat. There's some fats that are like on certain steaks that are a little bit tougher than others, but that ribeye fat, man, whoo. Terry don't need no lab. It's definitely not the healthiest, but I mean, I wouldn't recommend eating steak fat for an entire meal. But if I was didn't have any food and somebody was like, well, I can give you a bunch of ribeye steak fat. You want that for dinner? I think I might say yes. Leg of lamb. Never had lamb before. Still can't get Venmo to work. Yeah, they're probably still waiting on the bank account details to. Should only like some apps, they like send you a little tiny amount, small cent amount in order to verify your bank, but sometimes it just takes like a couple of days. Yeah, Venmo is pretty good. Gilmer, yeah, Gilmer is probably gonna get some pretty strong wins here. We got a decently powerful portion of our line, and it's possible that you guys could also get put into a tornado warning. I don't think this storm has produced a tornado in a while, but it's definitely still got some powerful winds with it, and still a small tornado threat. Use any sauce, you're hiding the bad taste of the cooked steak. Not true. It's hard to have a bad tasting steak. I would say the worst tasting steak is overcooked steak. And that's pretty much it. I do remember I went to Santa Fe. I think I've already told you guys this story, but I went to Santa Fe and they had a ribeye Santa Fe steak. And it was the most disappointing moment of my life I think I've ever had. It was so tough. I don't think it was ribeye. It was so tough. And it costed extra monies too, because it was the ribeye. So I thought I was going to get a nice fancy, you know, one of those nice fancy, because, you know, I spent money on it, and, you know, $50 is a lot of money for it was a big ribeye. I was like, sweet. Nope. It was tough. Well, I don't usually do that in restaurants, because I know it's a lot of, I used to work at a restaurant as a waiter, and it's a lot of extra stuff that has to happen when you send it back. So I just eat it, which I did there, but my mom sent it back and we got another steak and it was still tough. So I send it back. Yeah. We still have two little areas of rotation on this storm. One of them is probably side lobe, and this one also might be some contamination. These just might be contaminations. I mean, if all of these were tornadoes, we would have tornado reports out the wazoo. We just haven't had any of that. So we're probably still dealing with a mid-level circulation. And I would bet that a lot of those, probably 90% of those circulations haven't make it down to the surface. Maybe has eked out a tornado or two, but just one of those scenarios where we're really far from all of our radar, so they're just going to warn this storm pretty much forever. It's moving southeast. Yeah, it's going to come very close to Gilmer. It might go just to the east of Gilmer, but we can give you a storm track at least. It does go through Gilmer. We're talking in 42 minutes. Unless it does a cold pool surge, and it might get there a little bit earlier. I'm not getting leveled in my brick house. No, you're not. You'll be fine. I promise. You're not going to get thrown up into space from this storm. I promise. It is going to be a loud and probably a pretty intense storm, and you could get some power flicker or maybe even a power outage, but as long as you're indoors and like closer to the, you know, on the lowest floor, you should be fine. Does anybody else in chat live in one-story house too? I wonder if when I say that to people that live in a one-story house, they're like, but I'm already on the lowest floor. But my only floor is the lowest floor. Medium well. Oh my gosh, that's so gross. That's worse than ketchup on steak. All your walls are outside walls. Oh no. What's the best? Extra well? Oh my god. I prefer my steak burnt. Can I have my steak in brick form, please? All right, latest scan. We have another interesting area of rotation, but it still appears to be directly in the inflow. So I think we're getting some contamination here in our inflow of our storm. That's making it look like this storm is having 1,000 strong rotations. So they'll likely warn this for Gilmer if I had to guess. Even my bathrooms are on outside walls. Oh no. He wants it extra well done and will send it back if not. Oh my gosh. DFW is fine. These storms are to your east, but tomorrow you might have to look out for some storms. So these are going to go off to your east here. There's the DFW area. There's Dallas for reference. And then that goes by. And then tomorrow we could have some supercells fire near you. Just keep in mind, this is like a very conditional threat. It could fire way more north or way more south. So just keep in mind that that storm could really fire anywhere on that dry line. Just depends on how everything sets up. Any natives today? Around 4. I think 4 max. 4 or 5 max today. Just button. Yeah, go get that truck in your garage. You're between Ada and McAllister. Oh, we're going to be busy tomorrow. Beef tartare. Oh, yeah. I mean, I have my, like, I'll eat a rare steak. In fact, that's kind of what I do when I cook steak at home. I just sear the outside and then eat it. Thank you, Dylan and H2P, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, line is weakening. Yes. What time do storms fire? They're supposed to fire, according to the models, around 4 to 5 p.m. But there's so many times when storms fire early, so I wouldn't be surprised if these actually tried to fire at around 2. So just keep that in mind. They could fire early, like today. Today was supposed to fire at like 4 to, in between 4 and 6, and they fired at 2. That's actually pretty common in the plains. You just chew on a belt, right? What are we up to this evening? Tracking some storms across the Arklatex area. We've had a couple tornado warnings, maybe a couple of tornadoes, especially over there near Paris, Texas, and crap, I forgot that. Kiowa, Oklahoma, and maybe a couple near in Indianapolis. We haven't had any confirmations out of that yet, but it's possible that a couple happened there today. It'll be a bit tough getting us on the storm room, but you'll make it work. Yep. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Even if you're packed in like sardines, you gotta get in that storm shelter. Yeah, still some broad circulation here. Mainly still just a strong wind threat here. You can actually tell the storm is outflow dominant. See that outflow right there. Racers all went to sleep. Yeah, they got off like hours ago. Will I be live tomorrow? Yeah, unless I like die. I don't think there's a big chance of that. So I think we'll be good. The only thing that will stop me from streaming tomorrow is if an asteroid hits my house, or Chazzy has his inevitable first stroke. Those are the only two things. And no dying. Okay, probably. All right, I'll remember that tomorrow. We have a few here that are getting old too. Yeah. Chaz is getting old, and he has a level 4 enlarged heart. So it's only, unfortunately, a matter of time for him. But last time we got him his heart measured, not physically, but using special techniques. Last time we got that measured, they usually do it with that little stethoscope. Is that what it's called, where they put it on your heart and they listen to it? They usually listen to the sound of the heart, and that's how they can tell what level it is. But I think it's level 4 out of 6, if that's correct. Yeah, we got him checked like 2 years ago, and it was still a level 4. And then I recently got him checked 6 months ago, and it was still a level 4. So it's not getting worse. If that makes any sense. He's likely to weaken by the time they get to Shreveport. Yeah. And you can see a lot of these storms that are actually heading towards the Shreveport area. Like these ones are probably have a pretty good chance of diving west of Shreveport. The ones that are coming towards you guys just lost their severe thunderstorm warning. You can see we're getting quite the outflow boundary as well. Indicates that pretty cold pool dominant on those storms. So they won't be a tornado threat, but you could still maybe eke out a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Staying steady, yeah. Just keeping him as comfy as possible. Yeah, I can't even imagine if that were to happen to Chaz. I love him too much. He's my buddy. He's doing okay. Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Hope Chaz stays good. Me too. Corgi's so fat. It's your daughter's, but man, she's way overweight. Your daughter or your dog? I know you're talking about the dog. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you weren't specific. But I had to do it to you. $19 and like 90 pounds. My goodness. A corgi? What are corgis supposed to weigh? Average weight of a corgi. They're supposed to weigh between 22 and 30 pounds. What in the heck? 90 pounds? That dog should be on my 600-pound life. Like I found a picture of your daughter's corgi. Is that it? Oh my god. And a thick dog. Oh no, here it is. Is that your daughter's corgi? 90 pounds is crazy. That's like 3 times the recommended weight. Like that's almost dog abuse.
Tornado warning has been issued for these areas.
Yep. Saw that coming. Over there near Gilmer, you guys need to be now going into your safe spots as this pushes down to the south. and west, or south and east. More than just almost due south. Maybe we had someone in chat in Gilmer. I wouldn't be too scared though. Don't get too scared. Oh, your daughter is 90 pounds. Oh. I thought you were talking about the corgi. I'm sorry. No, it's not tight at all. It's very broad circulation right now. I'm really not concerned about this circulation. It's not an environment that I think can produce tornadoes. And we've had this circulation on this storm for like 3 hours and it hasn't produced, or not 3 hours, but like for the last like 2 hours, and it hasn't produced a tornado. So I'm probably going to pack it up for tonight, guys. But if you live in Gilmer, I would be in your safe spots just in case this storm tries to do something. But I'm willing to bet it doesn't. I'm willing to bet your biggest threat is 70-mile-per-hour winds, but it's good practice just in case, you know, we get bigger storms in the future. But guys, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna save the rest of my energy for tomorrow. So we'll be back on tomorrow. But I do appreciate you guys tuning in. I gotta eat, and I don't want to destroy my voice because, you know, we got to go live Saturday. We got to go live Sunday. And we potentially are going to have like a 12 to 14 hour stream on Monday. So got to pace ourselves. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And Contessa, just be in your safe spots. Again, the storm is going to be in your area. We'll see. I'll give you an updated time before I get up. 23 minutes. So just stay in your safe spot for at least 30 minutes. And the likelihood is you're not going to get hit by a tornado. I can tell you that right now. But it's going to be a pretty strong storm with some decently strong winds, potentially up to 70 miles per hour. So watch out for that. But yeah, see you later, everybody. I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna try to make a video tomorrow, just like I did today, just to give a little update. But all right, see you later. Bye bye.